Just, okay, perfect. Okay. Sorry, it looked like it was being a bit wonky, and then I saw the light come in, and it looks like it's fixed. And I have a feeling I know who it's from, but let's just see. Make sure that you can hear me all right. I'm also, okay, there we go. Hi, how are you? Glad to have you here. So, welcome. And so I'm going to try and focus. I do have ADHD, and I did notice, although something that somebody asked me, I'm sure that they can figure out. I'm also going to invite them that might be able to add to the greatness and the love. I just need to read something very quickly, then I'll start. I don't need to read it, but now that I know it's there, and you're really fine, and you're fine, really. In regards to ADHD or something else. I know what we were talking about, where, and if you don't mind, I'd like to, well, let me just share a story, and I won't, I'll just, and it might not be the only one I mentioned in here, but, and we'll just kind of see people can just take it in as they do, including yourself. I just think it's pretty neat that I was watching someone, truth be told, although I don't know when he's been one of the when a guy named Ank has been, I think that's how you say it, has maybe been one of the ones that's been watching at the top but not saying anything, has given a like but not been able to stick around for whatever reason. But I've not seen him in my comment section, and I've known about him for about 3 months. But I've been in his a few times, and he always enjoys having me there. And there, basically, was an individual who was struggling with some stuff. Then this person's video froze up for a bit. We kept chatting, even when it looked like it was just me there. We were both chatting back and forth. And I think there's a good lesson in this. Basically, it's as someone who, as I was mentioning before starting this video, as someone who is, I'm not going to say that I like or love all people the same. I'm not going to say that that I've forgiven everybody that has done something. I'm not going to say that we're going to jail with everybody, or that I've not been hurt before in relationships, and things like that. But I am very strongly a loving person, and empathic, and sometimes that's very hard because you have so much you want. 100%, yeah, you have so much you want to give, and that's why I post daily, and I try and bring it into almost all of my podcasts. Sometimes I'm really more focused on the music, but that's something that I love when other people are enjoying me doing it. And it helps me enjoy doing it myself, to be honest, as well. That's a performer entertainer kind of thing. I think like if we don't have people, it's not reaching and receiving them, and we're just playing for ourselves. Some of us can do it. A lot of us, it really isn't. It isn't as worth it. And then if you're also not getting performance and gig opportunities, but that's not what this is about. Well, or is it? Anyway, point of the matter is that I could have easily said, when this person says I don't love anybody, what kind of stuck-up jerk is that? And I'll admit, I did think something around those lines at first. But then we got to talking, even when the person whose video we were watching froze up. And I realized something I also should have very quickly realized, but it's early in the morning and I'm slow, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes, I'm human. And so is this individual. And so are we all, and we've got hurt that we've experienced in our life, some recently. And we've got things that we haven't healed from. And that is something that I usually am pretty good at noticing in others and in myself. And I guess you could also say that it's something that I struggle with in some ways, seeing people that are hurt or struggling. I can't save them all. I'm not, there's probably songs about heroes that I could play, actually. In fact, not that long ago, I did do a stream that kind of was like that. But yeah, so basically, we have an old boiler in our house for the heat, and I'm tempted to turn it off. My feet are still a little bit chilly, even in socks. I haven't had them on long, but I'm tempted. But I'm just worried if we don't get it back on. But part of me thinks it should be replaced anyway. But then, they don't last more than 2 or 3 years. I'm turning it off. Otherwise, I'll have to start stripping. But speaking about that, I want you to notice my shirt for a moment, too. Because this, there's a story behind this, getting this shirt, actually. But you read that? Okay. Sometimes I don't have a lot going on, and I'm around the house anyway, so I'll just wear it. Well, thank you, bro. If I may say. I don't have a lot going on. And other times it's just I really like the message. And it's a great thing to wear as you do a YouTube video, as well as going about life. And it really fits with this particular video. I mean, others too, perhaps, that I've done, but lending someone your strength instead of reminding them of your weakness. And I guess I'm kind of doing that, in my strength to love. Instead of reminding them of their struggle to do so because of the hurt. How deeply profound is that, Sometimes I struggle to answer, and I guess I already have a little bit. Sometimes I struggle to answer my own questions in my podcasts. It's like I come up with all these great questions, but to actually sit and answer them, is a bit of a different. So I'm just trying to load something, back to where I had it open as, but it's being a bit wonky. So trying to remember what is that. I have to correct that date that I said to the second one. Kindness is filled in me, but I just find people I should share my kindness with, try to understand what I'm saying. Oh, you just don't find people. Again, and I wouldn't say for me it's that I'm doing anything wrong with my interactions. I mean, lately things have been a bit stagnant anyway, but I mean, online and occasionally, in person. And actually, most of the time, I wouldn't say other people are too, but some certainly do. I'm just going to put the radio on for a little bit of background noise, not too loud or anything. Huh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. I have so many different aspects, so many different ways that I can approach things as well, just so you know. So like, and I don't know your situation, and I don't. Where are you watching from in the world, by the way? I'm in Canada. I don't mind helping you out for free, but things have been a bit slow around here lately. There has been one improvement, or mostly an improvement, but Oh, cool. Right. Yeah, you did mention, or at least your name kind of. Well, you could have still lived anywhere in the world, but okay, cool. Um, I don't know. I'm just worried that YouTube might find this music too loud and mute the video or something. Although I've seen other people have music live in their video. I mean, I'm talking. I mean, so. But I'm glad that this is helping you. Yeah. I mean, when I get in this mode, I mean, it definitely does feel like a therapy or a life coaching type of session, and I do have the video monetized. So if you're able to send a donation, I mean, you're welcome to. I'm not going to say don't, but it's up to you. But I do know that the pay methods usually take a cut, and usually you have to earn a certain amount before you get it. I think that's staticky enough, the radio, that YouTube won't mind. Anywho, but yes, it's we think that. I think I'll just say this, and I've said it before in other videos probably. What is key is communication and empathy. I mean, we showed that we are giving that to each other. There was also a very specific thing that I brought up in that chat, and you said, "I don't think so," or something like that. And I know what I said after that. I know what I asked, but I'm happy that you're here. I'm not judging your financial situation, by the way. I mean, I have somewhat not even that long ago been through similar. I don't remember my pin for that card. I think I do, but the weather's so anyway. But while I'm thinking I do, in case I find myself there, I'm just going to put that as a reminder for myself because if I can catch up myself, then that's great. You want to? Okay, well, in the future is fine as well. But yeah, any questions about anything I'm saying? I think it seems to be resonating, and you seem to be getting something from it, so that's good. But any questions? That sounds weird with it being distorted, doesn't it? Sometimes I just like to not just hear my own voice, and you're kind of, just digital. But I want to let you know a little bit more about me, and I hope that you will continue to accept. I mean, I'm speaking to the only person that's here right now, but I would say it to all of you. I would hope that, okay, I can slow down in a moment to, you may be pretty good at multitasking, and the digital age, I think, has helped that, but also maybe hindered it. But you're welcome to ask your questions. But I also felt like I wanted to share a little bit more about me as well, balance things out a little bit, but also maybe specific life experiences. I mean, something to know about this channel is it's about uplifting, it's about healing. I mean, it's always kind of been that too. It's about wellness, and I'm also musical, so I wouldn't mind doing some music before I wrap up as well. But I'm not hugely rushed, so. I am going to top up my water, though. I thought there was more in this bottle, unless I'm thinking of a different bottle. Sorry that I keep getting that. Good opportunity to put your questions. Not that you can't anyway. Maybe eat, but. I also want to just quickly say that I do think that it's a very valid thing, and maybe like when you said earlier, I have one for you actually that just came to mind. When you said earlier that, well, it sounded like you were talking about more than one person as far as the love thing goes. I just hope that this is not meant to sound as a racist statement or anything. It's just that I know that certain cultures maybe see certain things a certain way, but you're still young, and I hope that you can accept my diversity, because I accept you, and I'm hoping the best for you, and because it's the right thing to do, right? My first question: do you think it's fine or not to feel that way, like seeing her not guilty and show respect to her decision of leaving me like that? So this is about a lot of things. Right now, we're talking about love and relationship, and the second person that tuned in is welcome to weigh in on that or answer the question otherwise that is in the title. And I'll be putting some music into this at some point, probably too. Seeing her not guilty. What I think you're saying is I'm seeing her not really bothered by it. And the question is, how often are you seeing her? How often are you running into her? Are you living her life? No, right? Are you? And no, it's just zero. Whatever. Are you in her day to day? Hour by hour existence? No, right? Now it is possible that she's not struggling as much. In a breakup, if you were actually dating, or even a fallout with somebody, sometimes the other person is going to struggle with it more. That's kind of the nature of the beast, I guess you could say, or for lack of a different way to put it. That being said, sometimes it is more equal, or sometimes the other person, some people aren't great at showing their feelings. Some people worry that they're vulnerable. Some people, distance kind of relationship. I know a lot about that stuff, actually. Speaking of life experiences, and even though I don't need to go back there myself, something that I've been through might help you, is true. And, and it brings the extra realness into it, right? But, you're feeling seen, you're feeling heard, and you're feeling understood. And I'm happy to be giving those things to you. Again, I go back to, you don't really know what she's feeling, what she's going through. There's a part of me that would say that I hope. Oh, really? What's giving you that feeling? And you're not wrong in a few ways. Just a moment. But there's a part of me, and probably a part of you, possibly even. It sounds like you are trying to feel kindness towards her, and that's an important step. But it's also totally okay to feel frustrated, to feel disappointed, and stuff like that. And it's also okay to hope that, I would say anyway, to hope that maybe she's having a hard time with it as well. I mean, it would probably be very understandable. And just let me know if that's distracting in the background, but I'm kind of liking having it, because otherwise I'm really only hearing my voice, even though we're chatting. It's yeah, a song just came to mind, but I don't know if I should do it. You're not disappointed and frustrated by her, or for her, or by her. Okay, then maybe I'm misunderstanding that part. But and if you could elaborate, what makes you think that? I mean, I'm sitting here thinking I'm being all strong, and and I guess I am. But and I mean, we can be both, I suppose, right? Also, I wanted to ask you, and I know you have a bunch of questions, and I'm talking fast, but your English seems pretty good, so that's good, because it's my only language. I'm very used to speaking it. Every now and then I think I should learn another language, but It hasn't happened yet, other than a few words in French and Spanish, I think. But I also wanted to ask, because the other day this occurred to me as something I'd like to look for. Sometimes this channel is really quiet, more than it should be, but whatever. And other times there's a few people, and there's regulars. Now I would tell you some of the names to basically what I'm getting around to asking is if you'd like to help moderate the channel. I would give you some of the names of some of the people that I'm okay with, but I noticed that one of them changed what they go by recently, and I don't like it. Just kidding. I'm not fond of it, but doesn't mean I don't like the person. So that method may not work, unless, of course, they either do that often or just remind us that that's who they are. But also, we can look at how they're communicating, and how they're communicating should also show the type of person that they are, and that. And they've been really nice connections here in YouTube land, the YouTube community. So, but I wouldn't mind having a mod, and one reason is because when I'm doing music, I can't monitor the chat as much. I may see a little bit of something, but that's if I'm trying to sing something, less likely. Would you be open to that? I don't know if you have a busy work or school life, but even a little bit as you can would be lovely, because I don't have a mod right yet. I also am trying a new feature with the AI summary, because I saw that under a video recently, but I'm not sure what leaderboard means. I almost selected it and wanted to say I want to make Emeritus a leader, because I feel like you needed a bit of a positive thing. But us chatting is also that. So I don't know. I'm not sure, because I have a job. What kind of work do you do? Seems so random. Sorry, I'd love to, but I've never done anything like that. I think you mean. Again, it's not it's not a super active chat to worry about. And my request would be more so whenever you're able to tune in while I'm doing music. If you just see somebody that's being rude or stupid, try and take a moment and, as I would do, and think maybe it's meant to be, maybe it's a purpose that you could have. You could have. What kind of work do you do, by the way? Anyway, and just think, could I be reading this wrong? And if not, then there is an emoji that I'm not a big fan of. And of course, anybody that's like, you know, emotions are okay, but yeah, you can probably tell trolls and spam pretty easily. Luckily, I don't seem to have them very often either. So, but and sometimes the head does things, and it makes us think things. But I'm still kind of remembering that there's a couple of things I'd really like, and I know you had a bunch of questions. And I think what I've said so far and what I said in the other chat, I think is chemical plant operator. That's very interesting, because the G and the GNC has done that kind of work in the past. And they were from India, but one thing I occasionally do, not as often as I used to or would like to, and I'm talking about leaning down now, when you make connections and you get so into your career, it's all you know, and it's hard to not do it. Yeah, I'd appreciate it. Hopefully there'll be some people in here that, I don't want to say, oh, okay, just for the sake of practice, but so it's really loving to do podcasts in which I sometimes have guests, when planned. But it's also being interested in people, being curious about people. And for we have a lot of instruments from that area in the world, actually. But also, when I think of it, I think about a very interesting connection I had for a little while. Their English wasn't great, and the time zone was different. Like, you're probably quite late where you are, and it's quite early where I am in Canada. But if I mean, with our struggles, it's good to realize that, like, don't downplay them and say people have it worst. Of course they do. But sometimes it's actually maybe a good thing to remember that. I'm thinking about Barbie. I'm very curious about how you thought that you sensed that I was struggling with something. I'm still curious about that. Um, but I'm thinking about Barb. I'm thinking about, I didn't remember, was that one? I'm thinking about an ex a little bit, because that was a distance relationship. Technically two of them, but one of them I had met in person. In fact, knew in person first. We went to high school together. But there was somebody from India that I almost interviewed. And I think this is a great example of, again, realizing when you have a struggle that you need to work on, when you've been through a pain that you need to heal, but at the same time, life could be harder. I assume, elaborate, please. Life could be harder. I mean, and I think that, we got to try and be there for ourselves and each other as much as possible. And something else that came up, and I don't remember exactly how, but before I forget, who I'm alluding to, I saw them on a talk show. You ready for this? They were conjoined twins. Can you imagine going through life like that? I mean, they get good at it. They get used to it. It may feel odd, probably would feel odd for them not to. You just randomly start doing different things between your convo. Oh, I mean, that's ADHD and just kind of trying to set the environment well. And, I was too warm and then the radio was too loud and that. But again, you ain't necessarily wrong. I mean, part of me thinks, everybody is. We're all human. But some people are doing better in their life than others, and some people are struggling less. Got a second like, and I appreciate that. Um, um, these twins? Are you serious? I think one of them's name was Mona and Sana or something like that, possibly. But it was the language barrier and it was the time difference. Oh my goodness. Like, you know of them or know them personally? It's a small world. I mean, they were on a few shows. But there is a James Blunt. Oh, you've watched their interview. You don't know them personally. But they do work in engineering, interestingly, I think. I mean, a lot of people, it's a very popular field there. But, I mean, also elsewhere, and so are other fields. But I'm thinking of a song called You're Beautiful that I might want to do. Who else do we got watching? I'm curious if you'd like to join the chat, if you've been to the channel before, how you came across it. And yeah, glad to have you here. There's the topic mentioned in the title of the video. I do want to do some music shortly, but it's came up. There's two things. I kind of want to talk about spirituality, but it probably might not be the way you think I'm referring to. I kind of want to talk about, in terms of love, like genders and diversity. I kind of also want to talk about creativity and do some music. Yeah, I mean, certainly where they live. I mean, I don't know how common it is there, but they're definitely unique. Yeah, and I mean, and they were born that way, right? They didn't ask to be, and it's a very serious surgery. I don't like the thought of surgery anyway, and I, unfortunately for my fans and others that know and love me, which sometimes the number seems bigger than other times. By the way, in a couple days, I'm going to be doing a virtual party. But some people um, might not like to hear that I would probably not ask for surgery if I needed it. It's interesting though, because I am very attuned to my body and my feelings. I mean, most people are, but some people can kind of ignore things. I can't. Like, I don't want to be in more discomfort than I have to be in, kind of thing. But at the same time, so I'm kind of hoping if anything really bad like that happens to me, I just go to the beyond, you know. but because I mean, even if they put me under, I worry that I might wake up, or I worry I might still feel something, or you know, I mean, I mostly accept, for instance, like, and this is, some people would say yes, and this is a surgery that you have a choice about, but unless you're actually living as a trans person, you can't really say, because like that's one that I accept, but I don't understand. You know, this is coming from, if I'm being very honest, a bisexual individual. And that can mean a lot of things. But one thing that it means is that I like, and if I had, but then again, I don't live with, you know, I have an option, but, I don't carry that part around me, also with a heavy heart, around with me every day. What I think is really beautiful and really lovely, and something that you may not be that familiar with, but you may, what I think is really great is when somebody is comfortable enough in themselves, in their body, to um, be very free spirited, to, the language gender fluid, non-binary kind of comes to mind, where they don't feel like they have to go through a surgery and completely transition to explore and experience what that would be like. Um, I'm curious about you. Like, what do you do for a living and something like that? Where I met, um, I don't know if I could say specifically, but it's probably obvious. But where I met a certain individual was in somebody else's chat, and that happens sometimes. It's a good thing I finally told myself, join some chats. I started getting live streams recommended to me. I started finding people to follow, and I joined some chats. We had a few back and forth, not many, and then we talked here, and almost instantly, you gave me a like, which I appreciate. You said, I'm really helping. You know, you're a man, and you're a man of a certain culture, not to stereotype, but a lot of those, and you even said something similar to that, I think, in the chat. A lot of them would be like, so I shouldn't be open to counseling, but you should, because you deserve healing. You deserve to improve and better your life and your circumstances. And you know that. I can tell that you know that. So I'm in a certain mode. At the mode, better than a mood, right? Um, but and it's something that I've talked about in other videos, including fairly recently, and maybe in a video where it could have been slightly misconstrued, given kind of the other context, but it didn't focus on it hugely or whatever. I, as in Scottish, yes, but you're not even Scottish. Just kidding, typo. Okay. But yeah, so how that came up, I can't recall. It made sense when it came up. Do you remember what I was saying just before mentioning it? Um, Very quickly on spirituality, again, everything with kindness and empathy and understanding is usually an okay topic for the most part. I'm not going to, I know I did just say everything, but I'm not going to say everything, but most things. Um, there, so you asked what I do. And I said that whole spiel about, and that was before kind of my part, but I said that whole spiel about how, quickly, I mean, it's okay. You're going through stuff. You're feeling some pain, and inside you're probably, and maybe out loud, you're probably saying, "I need some love. I need help. I need support." Um, and so I want to applaud you for letting that come to you today. Um, and like I say, sometimes things are hard when they're fresh. Sometimes things are hard anyway. Um, I could call myself a life coach. I do. I am not actively working in it because I can't, I've never owned a business and I probably can't afford to, although there's something very near home, which I'd love to turn into a community center, drop-in center, but it doesn't look like it will happen. Um, then you have to rely on, are places hiring? Are they accessible because I don't drive? What are they looking for? I probably have it, but do I have it in the way that they are expressing that they're looking for it? I'm sitting here talking about it. I'm trying to express it. Um, so, but as long as I'm helping people, I have a phrase I sometimes use that I live to help and I feel like I die a little when I don't get the opportunity. And unfortunately, sometimes that's more often than I'd like to admit. So, this is doing something for both of us, for all of us. We've had a second person here, although quietly watching for a while until I mentioned it. They're like, oh, I thought you sounded like you knew what you were talking about. Hey, just because I'm not actively working in the field doesn't mean I don't. Lived experiences are very powerful. There's a place nearby, although the management has changed and it's not great, and they have a lot of casual staff and other staff, and some of them I don't think are a good fit, to be honest. But there's a place locally that actually largely hires based on lived experiences. And I think for some individuals, that could work just fine. For other individuals, they maybe need a bit more background. They need a bit more, they need a different role sometimes, But so about that, by the way, so this channel was started by G in the GNC, who's at work right now, a number of years ago. And at times has actually, before I'd even felt like it was a thing, or before I knew it was anyway, but then again, I used to do it on Facebook when that was more of a thing, has made some on here. Then life goes on, people die, people maybe misjudge something and unfollow, but it's, again, good to look at perspective, points of view, have communication. And then the pandemic happened. And that, in fact, not that long ago, I was looking at an acquaintance we have online who apparently they feel, whether people would choose to believe it or not, they feel passed away from COVID. So that happens. And then G has been working a lot lately. So I'm mostly the one that operates this channel. And just the other day, he was actually playing some unique instruments from India. Anywho, thank you. So basically, not lately, a couple times. One, get this, donated to me because they felt I had angelic eyes. I mean, I am kind of angelic. I don't think he has recent posts. Okay, it's doing something at the top for a moment there. Just a minute. Okay, good. But yeah, so it's one of the things like life. It ebbs and flows a little bit, but I know that there's about 4 or 5 new subscribers that have been on a few of the videos, and that's been really nice. Again, if you're going to help me mod, which I appreciate, and I've already talked about that, I could tell you what they go by. But again, one of them changed it recently. As long as they let me know, and as long as it's not something too weird, I guess I'm okay with it, But I also am into photography. I'm musical. But again, I don't drive. My background is lived experience. My background is natural ability in most cases. I actually started my day intending to look at tips on building like portfolio and getting clients and this and that. and then I had a couple other things to do, and then my ADHD. I can hyper focus sometimes. That is a thing as well, but it just, yeah, yeah. That's actually blonde. It's actually blonde, and that is the G in the GNC. Significant other. But I almost had a segue about spirituality, and I sort of want to talk about that. That's kind of a segue, though, into the fact that I've dated a number of women, and one of them was in Africa. One of them was in Ontario, and that's where I went. That one I knew before we distant dated. So I do understand that distant dating can be hard when you're not. I mean, it's hard anyway, and people are going to have their things that they. I wonder where that went. That they presume, and that they, But one thing I remember from it is like I used to go to karaoke clubs quite often back then, Rip Ray, and so I talked to her while I was there, and I was very open and honest with her, well, enjoying doing that and being there and the people I was with. And I don't know if it was sometimes the things I said or just the not knowing for sure. She would get a little bit like, and in fact, we did have an open relationship kind of too, partly because of distance, partly just because it made sense for us. But a lot of people will say that kind of relationship also still, needs to have, good and fairly honest communication. Some people will say, oh, as long as you're safe and you're happy and you're careful, others, for whatever reason, were required to know a bit more. I remember one time I lived in a small 1-bedroom apartment, and I guess I sent her a video or something. I actually had to walk through my messy apartment and show her that I had nobody else there with me. Sometimes she was also a bit of a, and if she sees this, I don't know. I didn't like how it ended in head games. I honestly thought that might be a relationship that would remain friendship. But at the same time, I do appreciate what we had. We both did, with each other. And who knows, about the future. But I'm not trying to say necessarily bad things. But so, no, I do, I don't know what else. It's been about 9 or 10 years. But yeah. But the struggle and unemployment is also very real. And, some people, they're not really into the idea of, and also some of them are very specific how they hire and who they hire. But working at a fast food restaurant, no offense to anybody that does, working at certain other jobs, whether it's the pace of it, the noise level of it, the job itself. Yeah, maybe hopefully they will soon. Some people, it's just enough to keep up with listening, and I appreciate that. But I always am curious, what are you thinking? What are you feeling? How is this resonating? But that happens with any channel. It's just more noticeable when there's just a couple people, or so. But anywho, so I've shared a lot. There's two other things that I feel like I kind of want to mention, and then I would like to do a song or two. I'm so glad that maybe you were triggered by the song that Unc did last. But I mean, with what we were talking about, which he maybe wasn't fully looking at either, he kind of got a little bit of it. I don't think that was a smart song choice that he did. It's not really a favorite of mine or of Greek. But there's a JB song that keeps coming to mind. What's the other thing? Was there another song? Oh, this morning or last night, I don't even remember how, because I wasn't listening to this band or this song. A Bon Jovi song came to mind. There was also a song that came to mind, and I think because I said the word fancy, which is actually in two songs that I know of, both country. I don't know if I'd do the one, and the other one I was going to look at the lyrics again and possibly do, but it's got guitar styling in it that I couldn't do on either instrument because I'm more of a rhythm than lead player. I need to be in a band. G might be able to figure that out with, his ear might be a little bit better. Not that I don't have a musical ear, but, and I might surprise myself. Maybe I could. But what was cool about that song, and it's also maybe a slightly suggestive song. Some people won't mind, some people will. And I hope that the people that ever mind anything I say, look past it. I have no filter. I'm a free spirit for the most part. We're adults, and if we're not, again, I feel a bit like a broken record to say, but it's only true. We can't censor kids from this world. Other people do not operate that way. Their friends likely don't. We just got to try and be the best example and give the best input on what they learn that we can. Because if we shelter our kids, this is just a very brief mention, so if you don't have kids, don't worry about it. But if we shelter our kids, it will affect them in their future, even if it's just in the sense of they eventually find out things. It's like, wow, I've had a sheltered life, So, but anywho, but what was interesting about that song is that, and it'd be really funny if it was somebody who goes by wellness that goes by something else now, but hopefully they're still well. Tunes in a couple times when I've mentioned recently a loved one that passed away, and ironically, she. I'm glad that the brief technical glitches were just brief. Ironically, she used to work at the restaurant that's randomly, maybe not randomly, but ironically mentioned in the song. And then, of course, there's Lannis Morissette. Now, I also want to tell people, I'm pretty good at being, if comments distract me, as long as they're on topic, whether the title or what's being said, because sometimes what's being said has veered a little bit from the topic, from the title, but it gets back there eventually. As long as it's in kindness, curiosity is okay. And some people may say that's a stupid, stupid question, stupid. Some people may say like that, but you're obviously a very curious person and you understand if something's too personal, fine. But, so that's cool. But I can't remember what I was going to say now. Oh, but so, people think I don't want to comment anything because I don't want to, distract. It's all good. I appreciate the comments. Like I say, as long as they're, they fit those things, then, be yourself and join it. But I've noticed it a lot lately. I've got to share a bit of an experience. Then maybe we'll talk about spirituality. Maybe we'll talk about this DVD and something I noticed on the carpet a minute ago. But 100%, yeah. But lots of 100%. Appreciate it. But I have a couple of videos, at least 2, maybe 3, fairly recently. I don't remember what they were called. It may have been another example of started off with one idea or at least a general concept and went into this. Speaking of people that we love and care about, speaking of a breakup or a fallout, I went through one recently, and I've been seeing some reminders of that. And it was hard. It was thinking of Sam now too. It was one of those that I felt justified in my feelings and I accepted that. And so it was fine. But it's still hard to know that might just be a connection I had in the past. Again, communication is key. Empathy is key. And hopefully things work out in a connection. People have their different styles too, though. Like that's something I was reminded of is that Okay, well, you're at the 50 mark of this video, just so you know. But thank you. You too. That's something that I was reminded of, is that, some people are avoidant. They maybe feel embarrassed or they feel bad about a situation that happened. So instead of really talking about it, they just kind of try and brush past it. Usually not helpful. I mean, the other person will feel ignored, will feel hurt, perhaps, will feel disrespected. That's not good, you know. Um, she didn't drive, but I saw someone who had a similar disability who did drive and had an adapted vehicle. That was one thing that made me think of her. But yeah. So he had to go because it was late where he is, and he had possibly has to work in the morning. I hope he'll come back from where he left off, but we have somebody else here. Feel free to join the chat, and you could have done that even when they were here, but it might be a bit easier for you now. It's up to you. Never forced, but invited. But I do want to speak about a couple of other things, three things that have come to my mind, and it's either meant for one or both of you, or who knows how many of you. It's possible that Armitage left. And it's ironic also, too, because it reminds me of somebody from the agency that I mentioned and a former coworker. And one of the music things I'm thinking about, it'll be for JB, reminds me of another coworker from that same place. And I've been thinking of another one from there lately, too. Anywho, one thing I also want to state is when people are referring to me, just being in the conversation is fine. Or hey, what's up? How's it going? Is also fine. I don't mind bro, mate, dude, those kind of things. A lot of people, it's like every other sentence, and that's maybe where I mind it sometimes. It's like it's they use it when they might use it towards old people. Maybe isn't quite so bad to use it towards kids. They might, when we go back to the whole non-binary gender fluid thing, I mean, it's interesting to think that some of them are very, for lack of a different word, uptight about pronouns. When you think that non-binary means both or gender fluid. But I also understand, I guess, too, that when you're in the context of feeling like you're presenting a certain way, whether it's obvious that you're not otherwise or whatever, you want to be respected. And you deserve to be honest. You want to be, you want things to feel accurate, So, yeah, I don't mind those words. I actually quite enjoy them. Where it's bothered me a little bit, as I mentioned, someone who is a little bit on the gender spectrum, and a lot of us are, we just don't necessarily acknowledge it, accept it, look into it much, whatever. And that's each individual's journey. They will either do that at some point or they won't. And, there is maybe the occasional person where that wouldn't apply to them, that they aren't. But I would think a lot of us are. When I am representing like this, it's not as obvious, right? And I don't mind those words. With this person that I was mentioning a little earlier, I got mixed signals from them. That's basically what it is. So basically, they accepted, and they already accepted me as a person, and we, we're pretty good with each other. But then, when I shared that, she called me little bro, specifically little bro. And, not to get back into that, but there's not a whole lot to say, and like I say, I'm mostly past it. But it just felt like the opposite thing to say, with what was being said. And she said it was nothing that she was trying to heal from with siblings. It was spur of the moment comment, meant nothing by it. It actually quite affected me. Like I felt pretty disrespected, um, almost surprisingly so. I think it was also surprising that she was that way. But I'm also very strong in my I mean, I'm not a super masculine macho man. But I am manly. I would say I'm manly. Um, but I'm pretty confident in my masculinity. Whereas some people, if they're not feeling it as strongly, maybe they don't need to transition. They just need to be respected that they feel more strongly one than the other, um, in a lot of cases. But I don't know, something that's interesting for me, and I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but, we're all attracted to people. We all want to be attractive to people. Um, we have to understand we're all human, right? One thing I've been grappling a little bit with, and in a way it's kind of a self-love thing sometimes too, is fetishizing it. A lot of people that do this, they're doing it for various reasons. Happiness, um, to be part of a community, which, I mean, I'm not actively really. Um, one that is kind of in my mind, but I can't, it's not coming to the front. Uh, but honestly, I think they might do it because they're attracted to it. Like I say, as a bisexual individual, yeah, I like women as well. So, I mean, like even a lot of, straight hetero guys, they're going to say, I mean, yeah, there's the body of one a lot of times, but they might say, I like that dress. Or they'll even tell other guys, I like what you're wearing. That's all fine, you know? Um, but yeah. Um, there was one other thing I was going to mention. At the moment, it doesn't feel it's a seamless transition. Maybe it doesn't have to be, but I do want to welcome the two people that are here. Feel free to like and subscribe. I mean, even if you don't comment, give an anonymous like. I really appreciate it. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, but certainly welcome to comment. Not forced, but invited. Um, I need to take a bit of a breather here, just and have a bit of water. But I'm thinking, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to do the one song that I did set out to do, although I'm going to open it on here. Um, um, that's really nice to find out that a friend saved me under her favorites. Uh, but she's not very familiar with browsing YouTube. I mean, she works a lot. She admins a group on another site. She's got a couple kids, one of them special needs. So, I mean, and she's, I guess, well, she's not 50 yet, I don't think, but everybody's different. That's the thing. But I noticed earlier that was being a little inaccurate, but it's always interesting to me, or, I never really expect to bring that up, but sometimes it feels right. It feels like it kind of fits into things, or I just discover that I needed to and I didn't even realize I did. I don't think there's anybody here at the moment, so I'm just taking a bit of a rest. to and let's remember look at the other one. Yeah. And catch up with that. And I say I'm okay not doing much for my upcoming birthday. I'm mixed about that. And I talked about it a little bit in a podcast a couple of nights ago. I put a couple of emojis in the title and yeah, but we'll figure something out. It'll be good. Okay. I think this thing that I have up, I'll talk about in a day or two before the party. I'm really happy to see that this person from Pakistan saw my goodness, saw my heart, and accepted me. Came into connection in general, in chatting, before seeing me, feeling hurt and bitter about somebody. But opening up, accepting. In some ways, it's a little bit unfortunate that it took somebody kind of, unfortunate it's the wrong word, but somebody kind of going down to their level a little bit more. And no, I feel good about how that happened, and I'm glad that it helped. I mean, some people are not at a place where they're ready to give it, where they need it. Some of us are kind of like, oh, we need it. We can certainly give it as well. Everybody's different, you know. Um, I'm going to have to veg out soon, and but we got a couple statistics on here, and as far as like with the numbers and the chats already started, got some stuff, and I'm very curious to see if somebody might tune in and see that. Uh, and this is one reason why it's good to kind of read things out too. I mean, sometimes read them to yourself first, but because if the chat doesn't show afterwards, although I'm also going to include the summary, but good luck if this is 2 or 3 hours long. But the chat doesn't always show after. So if like somebody did say something on that comment, it's a good thing I would talk about it then, because otherwise it might not be easy to find it. I think it says up a packet with Kent students, by the way. So yeah, I've noticed that whether it's a culture thing or just an unfamiliarity thing or a forgetful thing or a habit thing, but she was a chick, and even though she was, this friend I was talking about was female, some females, they still do say bro dude a lot. She didn't really, like, it was just so odd. But when it's a habit thing, when it's I am presenting as a bro, so I'm not gonna, for me that's not a difficulty, it's not a struggle, and I wouldn't likely present super strongly. I'm not even doing it that much anyway, really, but super strongly. But the option is there for me, um, on here anyway. But if I was and somebody was to call me bro, that would be rude. That would be disrespectful. That being said, it's interesting. Maybe I'm growing with this a little bit, because there's a part of me that would think, well, I know that that's, how I come across. And I know that that is still somewhat accurate. Or like what the other thing, I can't remember. I think it was Kyle said something about how, well, so she was half right in saying that you're gay. And I got the point, and I kind of thought it was a good one, to be honest. But there's also a part of me that thought, screw half right, be completely accurate, you know? I didn't think that at the time. I just thought, yeah, I guess kind of. But when I think about it again now, it's kind of like, it's a bit of both. It's a bit of both, and it's great that I can kind of, you know, fluctuate within that spectrum. I know that, maybe that's why some people are uptight with the they them thing because, well, but no, I don't get it. If you're non-binary, and they is usually a plural word, like if you're, I mean, I know I said what I said earlier, which kind of made some sense. I mean, this is coming from someone who's actually is, but it's kind of a newish thing I'm looking at, sort of for me, and I don't really know a lot of people that are um, very well, and yeah, um, yeah, I would say I can be a bro girl. Stop. um, man, I'm being very open. I think my spiritual openness will have to wait for later. But when I mention that, right as someone tunes in, uh, there are some kind of, for lack of a different word, parameters with that I would say. The biggest one is don't be overly preachy, and then another one is still be respectful. You got those two things, you can bring your faith into conversation. I mean, I'm someone, I haven't necessarily been burned by the church, but I have went to a couple of churches and stopped going. One instance, it was kind of because I moved. I mean, people are people, regardless of where you know them from. So it was actually a little bit more kind of just certain um, connections, more than religion connecting to anything I'm talking about, or even being the reason. You know, um, but yeah. So yeah. So, but it's a bit of a trigger. But I do the work that I need to do to heal, and I continue to if I need to continue to, for the most part. And yeah, it's yeah. I mean, something like that. You got to look past it. You got to look past it because you're going to meet. I and other people are going to meet all kinds of religious people. I just realized this wasn't plugged in, you know, and we don't necessarily have to like kind of avoid them. I have some strong feelings about religion that I've mentioned in past videos, but not often. But I don't think it has to be the basis of a conversation. We can be a bit more general. We can be a bit more kind of, I don't want to say laid back about it because some people might take that wrong and say, "Oh, you want me to be relaxed about my religious beliefs?" You believe what you believe. It's true. And one of my strongest religious beliefs, I mean, there are some questions that I have, and like reasons why I struggle to believe. There's a few for sure, but also God is love. I thought I'd find it before. I can't believe it. I know it is. God is love. Jesus is love. Is love. I'm just looking at this. consider, but I also have a bunch of other videos I want to watch right now. I'm not having a time to watch, but I'm sure maybe. I think we both turned off voice right now. This, I don't know about other recent ones. I mean, I have deep. It almost seems like we can deep, but I know we kind of can. But I did have the idea today of kind of just rolling throughout my, most of my day. Like, I've seen a couple of really short videos that people have posted, and they call it "Day in the Life." It's like doesn't make sense to me. And I thought about doing that and just seeing, the longer I roll, what the numbers would be like. Again, you know, I'm more about quality than quantity, mostly, as I've said before. So, I mean, I'm really happy that I helped that person out. I'm really happy that we had a chat. That was mutually beneficial, you know, um, and both makes me happy. Like I say, but and 2, 3 likes, but also I kind of think the more the merrier, and 'tis the season to be jolly. Speaking of being merry, but maybe I'll do some Christmas songs if I don't do this. But as far as doing day in the life type videos, like actually, I mean, obviously, you know, I sleep sometimes. I don't know. Sometimes I have done it. Sometimes other people have done it, and people may not mind. But while eating, you know, um, I would leave the screen for other needs. But I watch a lot of videos, and I'm not gonna put other people's content in my videos. And in some cases, depending on the video, YouTube would especially not like that anyway. So or allow it. So you know, but when I get ideas, I'm fairly easily able most days to. And one person said that they wish they could be, but they're just too busy most days to come and roll with it. So I'll do that. You know, um, I'm having a thought or an idea, or just feeling like you need some company. Um, but that being said, I do that, and probably total, the most I've ever podcasted in one day would probably be 4 hours, maybe 4.5 or 5. And that could be like a 2 hour one, a 1 hour, almost 1 hour one. And then sometimes G wants to do one, usually late at night. It's like, I want to go to bed, keeping me up. But I've seen some people that do it though. One person is doing van living, and he kind of gives tours of it where he lives in California. And honestly, I don't know if he's leaving California very much, to be honest. And I've seen a few of his videos, and he chats with the people. And most recent one I saw, he had a friend of his with him that was traveled in from another country, and it was around Halloween, and they were going back and forth at different points throughout the like 11 hours, dressing up as a banana. And then he found a pizza place, and I've got some of the people in this chat as well, and it'd be really ironic if some of them tuned in now. It's been a couple of days, but for a couple of days that I was watching here and there. Then he went into a very noisy pizza place, and he runs into people he's familiar with and some people he's not familiar with. He almost saw a dog fight, but he just heard about it after, and thankfully it wasn't too gruesome. But it was a good reminder right before G came home and what the dog. And I do and don't know if he processed it, but and there was an art one I seen like that. Two women uh, that I believe follow me now. I can't remember. I think a couple of things, but uh, what else? Of course, there's just general music ones. Uh, I feel like there's a couple others that are quite long that I've seen, but it's been a while. I mean, I'll watch a little at a time, or sometimes a lot at a time. But like, it doesn't really, it's not really daunting to me, and I guess it may be to some, but I guess that's what we say is not my target audience. I mean, again, if it is daunting, you watch as much as you can. You tune in when you're meant to, that kind of thing, and that's fine. But I do understand that some of my videos get long. Usually, you know, you're not in the usually you're not necessarily missing anything that, like, is going to make you confused about the rest of it. Um, but maybe sometimes. But um, at the same time, I'm also aiming for this to be my kind of best video yet. And the most likes and even more specific comments, and as to what is liked, although I appreciate the support anyway. And yeah, and it is nice when there's the balance of in the chat and after. Most of the time, though, it's only in the chat. It doesn't usually go for more than an hour, so I think, especially since me and the other person left, who may have actually been the only people in his chat at the time, he probably wrapped up. I mean, he lives with people, and he has long days, and he's probably. But yeah, uh, it really is nice to hear you are such a good person. Bye, brother. See you later. I'm going to sleep now. I'll have to wake up early in the morning tomorrow. So I guess there have been times in my life where I've also felt like masculinity, which has always been a part of me, is also sometimes ignored, or it's not. I think it's not hugely important to me, but I don't know. What else? Except for a little bit recently, but before then, quite a while. But I look at this song. I have an idea, a bit of an idea, which makes me want to wait till somebody tunes in. And I am feeling a little bit congested because it's early. The weather's so, the heat. Actually, I may have turned it off. But I've been talking for more than an hour. And I was talking to G a little bit before he left, and possibly a smidgen to myself. So sometimes more than a smidgen, but I think just a smidgen this morning. I guess you could say I'm doing that now since nobody's here, but so I just want to take a moment. Sit right there, trying to have a kid to talk about. What? I'm hungry and I have to eat soon. And then Maxie will be there before you know it. And, lately I'm telling myself I'd like to go away for a few days and see if anybody wonders. I mean, I bounced back after a bit of a. But like, kind of the constant flow of state of my life and being is kind of like, I mean, yes and no. It's kind of like going through difficult feelings and coming out of them. Um, in some ways, I think that's just very much a natural human thing. But again, some people fluctuate more. And I'm not meaning to say that I have mood swings or anything. Oh, maybe a swinger, but not a mood swinger. Actually, not really a swinger, but not opposed to it. But I just somebody tuned in as I was uncontrollably laughing about that. Oh, let me tell you. Let me tell you what I'm laughing about. You'll never guess. Or maybe you will. Well, I'm a swinger. A lot of people find that funny. Okay, Tarzan. Relax a little. But I will eat and I will not drink because I don't have alcohol, but I will be merry. And I don't really drink alcohol very much either. I don't need it. I'm a goof as it is. Sometimes I look at it as something I need to kind of cope through stress, but it's usually not easily readily available to me. So You know, come on YouTube to chat about it. I do whatever else. I think it's a little bit too early for, and I almost hate to toggle. Oh, that's very squished, but at least not. Right. So this is what I'm thinking about it. Okay, so I've done that then. Managing my what words and change chat modes in live. I don't know what that means. So are they told what those words are? I don't know if I need to talk with him a little bit. I think I said it well about that. I don't know. I'm just somebody just tuned in. Welcome, glad to have you here. I was talking with our other chatter who had to go to bed. Okay, you left. Either way, I'm still not sure. There's two different ways that I can make them a moderator, and I'm not sure which one is a preference. I mean, I read one where it says that they can delete comments, and I'm thinking, you know, understandable, but I'd like to have a say about that, you know. So, um, it is my channel after all. What I guess the thing is that I know I said the things that I said about kind of how I view the role. Oh, that's ironic. Somebody is in this chat who I think I remember. And they were not a moderator or admin before, but they are now. Just multitasking for a moment. That is the thing, you know, when you roll for a little while, your focus might get a little bit distracted. And honestly, I came in here. There was one person that you know, she's actually pretty good at reading the comments. One thing is because she gets song requests. I don't know if this would be the same thing as that other thing. I'm kind of curious. Ooh, she's got a weird background noise there. Okay, that was probably 3 hours ago. I'm multitasking. I'm talking. I'll keep the flow of this going. And Yeah, so there was somebody that subbed ages ago. I've never seen them in her chat since, but then I also haven't seen her videos super recently. She used to post daily. I think she missed 2 or 3 days. How could she? But I am connecting with that other person that I mentioned, which is kind of cool. And I'm also very curious about this chat. One of the reasons why this poster, I don't know if I'd be able to. That's a different background noise. I don't know if it's. I don't. It's not my device. I'm not hearing it now. I don't know if it's because I'm recording. But that may be distracting to me. But but the conversation is certainly interesting. Maybe I shouldn't have said that because even within the community sometimes, but yeah, I haven't seen them in their chat for a while. I'm checking to see if anybody's tuned in. And again, this is well into it. So the likelihood, if they're not here well live, is a little bit lower, but I'm multitasking. He just said something, and then I asked why he said it, and he says, saying what? Some people are really unaware of the things that they're doing or saying, it seems like. I don't know. I mean, I'm not perfect that way either, but I'm pretty good at it. That was CJ, wasn't it? Yeah, I think so. If you've been listening and used the sense of humor, he could have spelled that differently, but that's okay. But he was listening. He was. Yesterday, I was kind of opening up and trying to answer his questions. If you're not comfortable talking about your personal life, totally fine. And I said I had no filter. Hope that you find the work that you're wishing for. By the way, the other person watching, why aren't you saying anything? Actually, that was more asking them than stating it, I suppose. But jobs of life, such a bad thing it can be. Can I do it? Because it's pretty dark. Let's do it. It's true actually that because that's here, you know, the menus sometimes vary depending on. I don't know. Do I want to? Do I really want to? Okay, not much to see other than yellow food. But I see it here, so I might as well. And every time I'm looking, there's nobody new tuning in, so. Well, I can prep this for them, but will it stay there for 10 minutes? That being said, I am going to take Willie on chat just because I addressed it probably as much as I'm going to. By the way, sorry, I couldn't notice. Sorry. Okay, that's just when you tuned in. I wish I would have set a timestamp. Oh, actually, you tuned in just 3 comments. 2 were him. Unless it's a different Tara before mine. That's ironic to see that name for a couple of reasons. Crazy. Watch, there'd be somebody watching that hadn't commented yet, and they'd be like, I hadn't said anything. How do you know my name's Crazy? Plus, I don't go by it on here. Okay, I don't think. Images even look similar. I don't think. Feels like by Gracie. I don't think that's a bot because he worded it slightly different that time. Some of them might, but I mean, today's a bit of a slow day. The weather's kind of iffy. I don't got a lot going on, so. But yeah, she reads her chats quite often because she's getting song requests. Although, even though there might be some comments I'm not seeing, she's more so just getting people chatting with each other in the chat, and it's great. I do allow that. But I also like when they're chatting with what I'm saying. But if I'm just doing music, and they're just enjoying listening and chatting, that's fine too. Mark is different than Hive channel. It's so weird. Some of the settings, I mean, I'm glad that they have the features, but they're so sporadic and confusing sometimes. No, she doesn't. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, got 2 more minutes before I pre-typed a little note in the chat, and kind of thought I might be a bit slow, and just decided to say a certain number, and we're 2 minutes away from it. So. Do seem to talk to a lot of people from the Middle East. It's interesting. On here. Kind of a general. Well, I don't know many, but I have obviously communicated with a lot of different industries. Okay, so we have somebody here. So I was just briefly distracted, and I do feel the need to run upstairs quickly and do something in a moment. But I'll give you an opportunity to say hi and settle in and hear me a little bit if this is your first time. It looks like you left, but I'm going to say that that might be inaccurate because sometimes it is, and it looks like either you came back or somebody else is here. So again, I do welcome you to this video and to the channel, whether you've been to it before or not. And I'm not sure if it's who I'm thinking is viewing because he just okay. He said he had a call from his dad, but he's back now. Um, so if he's, I mean, he could be viewing two different things, but I'm just gonna let him know. I don't think there was anything else that he needed to catch up on, though. Really, that I said. The only thing is, whoops, I want to make sure I got the right one here. The only thing is he might be the only admin mod. I mean, they aren't super necessary, but they're helpful. I was a little bit delayed and very briefly for under 5 minutes running upstairs for a moment. I don't know if it's RJ that just tuned in or not, but welcome. And there is topic in the title, so you're welcome to talk about that if you'd like to chat. There's also things we could chat about and that you can read in the side chat here. Um, and I'm going to do some music shortly too. But I'm just going to put a little note for RJ if he does tune in. He hasn't been here yet, but also because I don't really feel like repeating it. I said it in this video earlier, but I don't really feel like. Says great work you're doing right now, and I'm not. I guess maybe going by the title or just being supportive. Um, I am so sorry, but too loud. earlier in this video, maybe 30 F. Let me just see something for a moment here. Either I'm not playing it, so I'm not playing her video at the moment. So if she's saying, yeah, I'm going to wrap up, then I hope it wasn't because of me. I don't think it was, because other times when I kind of said, oh, you want to talk about channel, it's not just about this. It's good about helping kind of plug each other's content and be there for each other, as long as it's not done maliciously. Because if that's the intent or the thought, we can choose to be a better person. We can choose to do differently, and it's all good in the hood. Yeah, so you may have just saw it. I may not have actually played any of it out loud yet. So definitely got by after this live. So he's available to watch another one. So that's cool. Because here I am available to do one. And I said that because also have background noise in this one. RJ, okay, cool. Hi, how are you? Glad to have you here. Thank you for the subscription. Your first comment. Hopefully you put a like as well. It's so interesting. I seem to connect with a lot of people. I also, I was going to wear a different shirt today, but it's fine. And so I put this there to remind me, but it didn't do so. What kind of classes are you taking? It's so interesting. And how soon is soon, out of curiosity? And I do appreciate, it makes the video look great. It's already got 3. Feel free to give a like. It's interesting that I seem to meet a lot of people from India on here. I'm in Canada, by the way. I think it was pretty obvious I'm not in India, but they might be more diverse there than I realized. People move around in their life a lot, right? Culturally. I mean, I live in a very culturally diverse place. Canada in general, but also where I more specifically am, which I'm not going to say. But I was just talking with a guy from Pakistan a little earlier. Now I know that's not India, but it's that section of the world, from what I believe. I'm bad at geography, but yeah, to the Indians. And how old are you? And also, you just go by your first name. The only one who can click onto your channel and chat, because that's how YouTube does it, which is kind of cool, kind of annoying, is me, which is, by the way, I wanted to remember to do that. Hopefully I see things that I don't see anything I don't want to see. I mean, but I can be sometimes sensitive, but mostly not. I'm sure you have lots of good content. But what's also cool, or possibly you don't have any, but hopefully you do someday. I won't upload any videos or anything. I just comment on other videos. I know most won't be reading this, but still, most won't be reading it, but I am. But still, ... What's after that? Why don't you post content? It's great that you're on other people's, but and then that you sub and support the YouTube community. But what kind of content would you post if you did? Now, you're the only one here right now, so I do want to also take a moment. I don't know about the other person and what their journey is, or other than that, it wasn't something that they were super familiar with, that they came to be accepting of, which was very, very cool, and they appreciated what I was doing for them and my aura or whatever. But you had shared that you're in, again, I I don't know. Okay, cool. I mean, it's only you here right now. We're well into this video, almost 2 hours in, and it's not something to be ashamed of, to be quite honest. But you had said that you're in the gay community, and so am I. So, um, not fully gay, but definitely relate to that community. I'm not really actively in it, like in person. There's an event coming up, but it's not easy to get to. I don't know how I'd get there. He did say if we got there, we might fairly easily get a ride back. Uh, but and it's not really my kind of thing. Oh, really? Really? Because I know in that culture, I mean, it's kind of one of those things. But I hope that's changing. Um, well, I mean, you can't be into everybody, right? Do you accept the community? I mean, I guess I just said so. You better. You seem like you're still open to chatting with me, so I appreciate it. And you're young. I'm next month going to be a little next week. This week, I'm losing track of time. I'm getting so old. I'm kind of going on my 30s, and that's the thing. It's one of those things that's very spectrum. I say so. I mean, there might be rare exceptions where it's like somebody is definitely not, but you said you're pretty much, and I can't help but notice the language there. But hey, you ain't the only one, so it's all good. Obviously, sorry, not to be stereotypical. How am I doing? You had also asked. Well, let me tell you, because you had said that you're doing. Okay, I mean, I do believe it's life's a journey. It really is. But okay, cool. Um, you had asked. I had asked you how you were doing because I did. And by the way, what are you taking? What kind of classes, and when do you start? And I hope that you hit the notification bell too. I go live almost every day, or at least once a day. You'd asked how I'm doing. And mostly good. There are some things that are, pretty consistently going well in my life, and I appreciate them, and I try not to take them for granted. But at the same time, or grant it, I kind of like that better. Grant it, because it has the word tit in it, and grand. And I like that guy. I like him too, But and I can, have a sense of humor and seem like I'm in a good mood, and I mostly am. But I'm currently kind of dealing with, and I have a video about this last night. There was a couple of emojis. I'm currently kind of dealing with the thought of getting older. I'm currently going through a quieter, slow point in life and missing my younger days. I know that this is also something that maybe a lot of people in certain cultures don't talk about, but I'm not in that culture, and it's important to talk about it no matter who you are. I struggle with depression. I have some other health struggles. You're getting into college shortly. Med school. Okay. The other person in here was an engineer, but he had to go to bed. And it's probably pretty late where you're at. So I don't imagine maybe you meant you had to do some studying, because I don't imagine, unless you're in night school. Is that a thing? I know that there's night jobs. I'm always on the night shift, but never really am. Sorry. But yeah, so I mean, it comes up within my content, that I've already posted and that I'll post in the future. And even within this, it does come up. I put a little note to you in the chat before your first comment. I have to run upstairs for about 5 minutes, probably less. But I welcome you to see that. And also, going back to the topic of this video too, which you can see in the title. Hopefully, now that you've clicked into it, you can see it, or you saw it before you did. Thoughts on it. Welcome. I have a frequent follower on here who's also from India, and he said that they don't really celebrate Christmas that much there. So another question, and sometimes I have a lot of curious questions. Another question is, do you have a favorite Christmas song? I am musical, by the way, as well. I've 18 in this world. I'm above 18, though. I'm not sure if I believe you, if you're joking or not, but it's all good. It was kidding about the gay part. I'm sorry. I wasn't interested in love. But it's interesting because earlier in this video, we talked a lot about love, and it was very lovely. And somebody who's been hurt by love more than once, but recently, at least once. And we talked about that a little bit. And I mean, it's hard to know, you know, with the internet, and especially when you're not seeing them in video, which usually is more helpful. If you're just seeing them in chat, I mean, you know, let's just, like I say, actually seeing them or around them, can't entirely know that you're not interested, unless, of course, it's just not something you're looking for right now, I guess, you know. I know something. See, good. I see, good. If I ever do an accent, by the way, I'm not meaning to be mean or whatever. I'm just having fun. I have no filter for the most part, just in the coffee maker. Hear that, bro? But definitely would pray that you would get well soon. Thank you. It's kind of it's a lifelong thing, but circumstances and situations, you know, do kind of, you know, or lack thereof, can make things difficult. I'm not going to ask my one friend about tagging along on her little side jobs anymore, but I brought it up a few times. She's liked and hearted my bringing it up. And so hopefully, you know, and I did mention it in the comments, so hopefully, in a message, so hopefully she'll be good with that. Sorry to hear that, definitely. Now, the thing is that I have to get into med school, and it's very hectic there. You mean they only take so many, and a lot of people are enrolling because it's an important field, and because, you know, it's not that it's more popular there, but engineering, not that there's not engineers anywhere else, but that seems there's a lot. It's a very popular field in India. I was actually just talking with Emeritus about when he was here about a couple of interesting twins that I have had a bit of interaction with from India. Here it's 11 in the morning, by the way, here in Canada. Have you ever been to Canada? Going to be on YouTube only for, what do you mean by that? I'm going to be on YouTube only for a few days now. What do you mean by that? And yeah, you can use that language prayer, or oh my God, or OMG and whatever, and not necessarily be religious. I'm agnostic, pretty much. You're not familiar? Really? Like you've never really? Completely fine. Okay, well, never say never. Maybe someday you will. And I'm hoping we're going to have a mild winter. Note to what? I'll let you see the comment that I put just before your first one, like I said. The title of this video, thoughts that come up about that. You have a Christmas song that you know of, that you've always been curious about? Okay, but you know, occasionally you pop in, not merrily you pop in, like Mary Poppins. Just kidding. Just takes a spoonful of sugar. Ugh, cough medicine. Anyway, but yeah. So that's cool. You know, like I say, I post daily. If I could hear from you once a week, I'd appreciate it, because you're not shy. You're fun to chat with. Sometimes it's kind of quiet on here, you know, and there's a lot of stuff on YouTube, and the algorithms don't always work in one's favor very well. And some people are just quieter, even if they are watching. So I really do appreciate the chat. So I don't want to be repeating myself, but I mentioned a couple of things I would like it if you noticed before I, you know, while you're here. So I'll let you focus on that. I mean, the title, it was very generic, but I slightly feel like maybe we veered from it a little bit. So I kind of want to come back to that. And then I put another thing there, you know, figuring that you'd probably be here shortly. And I wanted you to see that. Okay, so what have been some of your hardest struggles? I appreciate your bravery. And you said you've got answers to it. which, may work for others, may not, but it's worthwhile to say them. So that and the comment that I put above for you, and we can chat a little more, and then I'll wrap up and have lunch probably. I might bring our dog downstairs. Hopefully it won't be distracting, but yeah, if you've got some answers to the struggles of life, even though I have some as well, I'm here to listen. I'm not here just to spew all the wisdom myself, By the way, a couple of things. Hopefully you're still here. Oh, there's two of you here now, actually. Are you still here, RJ? Because I just want to say, I mean, there's a lot of cool names out there, but I really like Indian names, and obviously yours just must be an abbreviation for something longer and fancier. Wow, that got a fifth like. Do you happen to be from India as well? It's okay if you're not, but I appreciate it. The like either way. But yes, I didn't really talk to Tara. I was talking to you in her chat, but there's been Tara. I was watching another guy who's from India and travels a lot. Had a guy from Pakistan in here. Then I have you from India. We have a lot of Indian instruments, actually. Quick sample. There's stuff stuffed in it. So it doesn't play very well with stuff stuffed in it. But there's that. We've got some flutes. I don't know if the harp could classify. And I'm hoping that one of the two people still here is RJ. Because I'm about to reply to you. Can you let me know? Because if not, then it might feel a little bit more awkward. But being strong is definitely an important thing. Not always easy. Okay. Yes, and it's late where you're at, so sleep is also important. Yes, you'll see lots of flutes and stuff. I'd love to do a song before you leave, actually. I know you mentioned the Christmas song that you know in your country, where I didn't really realize it wasn't celebrated, to be honest. I mean, I think a lot of people here, because it's not just a Christian holiday. I mean, a lot of people will see it that way, but it's also just a very commercial holiday. But I thought it was all over the world. And that Santa made it to every country and every house with kids, and maybe some without, in the amount of time that somebody's sleeping, But I guess, But anyway, so yeah, I didn't realize though that they didn't celebrate it as much there. But Unfortunately, that's not. Do you have another one that comes to mind, or does anybody else have a suggestion? There's only one other person here, but because that song I have mixed feelings about. Also, we recently got some bells, but I don't know where G put them, and I'd want to include them. So, yeah, hopefully I see you again this week, or at least next week, by the way. Yeah, there's a long day still ahead. I have a few plans from home because the weather's so, and I don't have a lot of money right now or other plans. But it's going to be a long day, and that's something that I sometimes struggle with, which is why, again, I appreciate the social media and the celebrate. You're early for the party. I mean, I guess we're having one now too, but Thursday, if you want to come for a little bit of a party, probably around this. Well, I was going to say around this time, but I might want to involve G. We might just do two. When he later in the evening when he's home, and then another one. Because it helps pass the day when on times when it's harder, and I appreciate the community here and being here for others, and supporting them too. But yes, definitely, I definitely want to have you hear me do music because it's another one of my strengths and abilities, like the title says. But so that'll be this week. Next week, I don't know. I don't know what I'll be doing then, but be podcasting, that much. So anyway, is there another Christmas song that you've heard of that you've been kind of curious about? We don't have. Let me see if I can find our Christmas book, because I know I was looking online recently. We have a couple Christmas books. Let me see as I make my way to the keyboard. Or would you prefer the grand piano? Or would you prefer the guitar? Or would you prefer a cappella? What's your preference? I aim to please for the most part, and I please to aim. Sorry. Oh, I did find it, amazingly. And it's kind of because it's alphabetical, and it's kind of because it jumped out, so you're in luck. You don't know much Christmas songs. Let's not judge him. He's from a country that doesn't celebrate it, really. And then we got a bunch of Americans celebrating Thanksgiving when we've already had ours. But it's always good to try and be thankful, right? So let's see here. And it is a weekday, not a weekend. It's true. Right. Yeah, there's a lot of people from India in our country and in our city. Some parts of India are not necessarily super pleasant to live in, right? Like they got a lot of, in other places of the world, they got, a lot of things that a lot of people move from. So you can't blame them. Yeah, but like I said, a lot of drugs, anyway. But yes, we have quite a collection of meditation bowls and flutes, but I'm not the flutist. Yeah, part of me feels like it's still early to do Christmas music, to be honest. Like we don't have any snow yet, but it's nice to introduce you to it because there's a lot of beautiful stuff. Last time I did Feliz Navidad, which is actually a Mexican song, so they definitely have it there, or Spanish, one of the two. This one's not bad either. I'm at the piano, so I think that's telling me piano. The keyboard is just over there. The guitar is just there. Do you have a preference? Because, and even if you don't have a preference, I'm not great at choosing sometimes. Piano versus keyboard with too, if I do the original, the other person might be like, oh, that's an interesting version. He changed the kind of genre. He made it like a country version of Silent Night or something, which I could do with that keyboard. But since it's your first time, now this book, or at least this song in this book, it has stupidly the verses. I understand, like, this is what sheet music looks like if you don't know, right? So they could put at least one more verse there, but they got them all here. So unless you know the chords, you don't know. Okay, I just need a sip of water. Thanks for your patience. Oh. So that's by. 3 and 4 for comment. I am feeling a little bit congested after all the chattering and, such and such, but I'll do it because you're curious and I'd like to do it for you. And because, musicians got to be strong sometimes, and got to push through it, Now, Not that I play a lot out in public in that, but haven't in a while. But I don't know if I like that song though. Just a moment. Please Snobby Dot I've never tried on the piano, so I'll try that. Luckily, some of it's in English because I wouldn't be able to pronounce the other parts. I haven't played it on piano very much, so I hope it's going to be easy. We got a C sharp and an F sharp. Okay. I'm a little bit rusty. G is a classical pianist. He does other styles too. I've been playing on the keyboard where maybe I'll just use the chords. And like I say, I'm okay with those masculine words, but I'm okay if you want to say, "Hey sister, sup." Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. I'm fluent like that. Feliz Navidad. I'm not doing my best, unfortunately. Let me do this one on guitar. I did it recently, and I think I even put Christmas songs in the title. And if anybody would like to hear a non-Christmas song, I don't do Indian music. That was good. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it wasn't my best, and it was very brief. Okay, well, you're at the about 2-minute 14 mark. Oh, everybody's calling you in your family. Is everything okay? Or are you just that close? I don't have that kind of family that much. But I know earlier you said your dad called you. Grandpa, tell me about the good old days. Called you or is calling you? Progress, but I just don't know. Grandpa, everything is true. Yes, I know a song about grandfathers. Not very many, at least 2. The other one's kind of a country song too, actually. And then there's the one from childhood, which you may or may not know, with your background. But they're always in the way. But yes, I don't mind Indian music. I don't mind Bollywood. Like I say, maybe we'll try and do some on the flute later. But what other kinds of music are you into? But yes, if you have another morning, even if you're not in school, yes, you continue to try to go. I know you don't want it, but I know you got to, and that's fine. So sayonara, have a good sleep. Catch you on here again real soon. Double. Okay, and we got someone else here. Don't be shy. I'll do a couple more songs. We'll see. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to have to slow down a little bit, but as long as you're here enjoying it, I'm here to bring you joy. With tidings of comfort and joy, with tidings of comfort and joy. Looks like you both left, but sometimes that's inaccurate. Or sometimes they accidentally click out and come back in. I know one of you for sure has left. Wow, nice work to that second song. Nothing, it's just bedtime. That's that's why. So everybody really gotta do. Sorry. Okay. Anybody here still? Like, yes, I heard that. You heard what me asking if you're here still? I bet his name is like Rajesh Japinder Pauly or something cool like that. I don't know for sure, but And I think I did have it. I didn't have anything that doesn't even have a photo of himself. The audacity. Just kidding. No, I'm not gonna. I certainly don't have anything bad to say, and I'm not gonna. Even if I did, I would try not to talk about someone, when they weren't here. For the most part, unless they're really idiots. Well, you know what though? The truth of the matter is that, we might not necessarily catch the same things, to watch for or whatever, or feel the same about everything. But at the same time, part of me thinks, you know what? These two bros from a different culture. I hate to kind of, keep speaking on that, but I mean, it's good to see that the world's progressing, uh, have been very nice and kind and accepting, and it really shouldn't be hard, right? And part of me thinks, although, well, he didn't say no, but he didn't say yes either, I suppose. And he does help with Tara's channel. So I don't know. But the other individual did kind of sound a bit curious and may or may not, and may be a bit more available. Works also, but might be a bit more available. So I didn't know you had on here. I didn't either. You don't wanna? No, I mean, I'm still connected to myself. See, those still connected there. I mustn't be greedy, I do suppose. But it's just so easy. Just kidding. And I'm aiming for the best one yet. Guinness record. How many we are? So yeah, let me maybe not as successful as she was, and she's trying to get there. So, not, it's a goal she has for herself, even if it's also because society maybe has it for her as well to be successful. So, I guess I get it. I'm gonna want to eat soon, and try and bring the dog again down shortly. Other than that, I don't know. The sky's kind of bright, but it's it doesn't look that windy. Just a moment. Nobody's here right now. This image is a little bit more purple than mine. I would just take someone to come in and say, it's not even that time yet. He said it before he even did it. But it's close enough. It's up, maybe, by the time somebody tunes in, it probably gets a few seconds. mean, I noticed it as a difference, so I mean, it must be a big thing. And I'm going to be drinking coffee before noon, right? I believe so. Yeah, of course I put the summary on it, but I didn't know what to summarize. Well, I can't be the only one that needs to ask. We really don't. Well, when I look at things here, trees are certainly quite close. There's additional fish. It's really difficult now. Dog has been upstairs for a while, and even opening the doors and stuff, he's not coming down for something. He's kind of slow and odd. So, I mean, if he wants to be in there, that's great, but. And if I had an insulated cup, I'm not going to necessarily notice I'm holding a hot beverage. 23 mark, yeah, I was only gone for a couple of minutes, and they kind of peeked in. I kind of don't want, well, I mean, sometimes helpful to talk things out, whether somebody else is talking with you about it or not, I suppose. Hmm. I shouldn't toggle possibly, but. Huh? Maybe he hit the wrong one, but that's kind of odd. Sorry. I was going to say, what am I giggling at, you may ask, even though nobody's here to be asking it. Still feels like the heat is on. I guess it stays warm for a while after it's on. Actually, kind of makes me think of Ray a little bit for a couple of reasons. So I guess she's with me. Oh, of course, I know they will be. That's the other thing. That in the YouTube community, I am thankful. I really am. I deserve at least some of that. I just, deserve it. Man, I kind of wish I was in India going to bed right now. Getting closer to the party. Woo! So, I was taking a bit of a breather kind of thing, because it is a 2.5 hour video so far. Don't worry, you missed a lot, but you can catch up, or we can bring in the new stuff. I'm kind of feeling musical. Like, he's talking to me. Oh, I'm the only one here. That's kind of like, yeah, there's a lot on YouTube, and the algorithms are sometimes wonky. Yes, I was talking to you. I am feeling like I'm going to want to eat something soon. So, time for a little bit of a story, which you may or may not find interesting. And then I'll maybe do a couple songs. And then we'll see from there. Also, I thought I had something over here, but I don't. So I'm going to grab it. And the person left. Like, I don't like stories and I don't like songs. They didn't say that, but they acted as if it was the case. But maybe the device died just as they were getting ready to settle in and get cozy. Very cozy place here. And also, or maybe they are still here and it's being inaccurate. And also, things pop up. People get phone calls. That's one I don't sometimes mention, but RJ's phone seems to be ringing off the hook. Yeah, as I said earlier, I kind of don't want to do music if there's nobody here hearing it at the moment. I don't really want to wrap up. This is doing well. And, as I sometimes say, unfortunately, rightly or wrongly, and often wrongly, a lot of people, when they come to look at a video, while it's live streaming or otherwise, if it's not looking like it's popular and like people are enjoying it, they very quickly say, okay, I guess it's not worth my time. It's not worth watching. Not necessarily true, though. So sometimes the quieter ones looking like that is not a helpful thing. This one doesn't look like that. So, and I'm also trying to set a Guinness record for myself. So, but I definitely feel a bit mixed because, well, I mean, I could have lunch while here. And in fact, it may even be Indian themed. We eat a lot of paneer and we've been trying a lot of different Indian patties. I'm not gonna let you. Waha. That'd be a great name for a burger joint in India. Is there such a place? Patties, Patel's Patties? I'm not meaning to be mean, obviously, but is there? I was going to say I want to go there, but I'm not a huge burger eater. and I'm not going to be getting to India easily anytime soon. So I'll go there in my dreams and other places. That was my tongue behind my tooth. Well, at least if I have lunch, then and only then can and only can maybe Barbie, maybe. I mean, she's got it going on. She's popular. But we all have our own journeys, and accept that too. I'm a Barbie girl. Not really. In a Barbie world, I do my hair now. I do a dare now. Da 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 da. I don't know all the words. I really promise, just like Nostradamus. Watch him come back and say, I couldn't sleep. I was just thinking about all the fun I was having and all the fun I still want to have, and I'm back for round 2. Possible. Or maybe he's like, that was a lot of fun, but it's been a long day. I've watched 2 podcasts, although Tara's pretty low energy. I can be. I promise. And maybe he's just like, oh, I'm so ready for sleep. Head hits the pillow. Out like a light. It's like, hey, bro, I'm still in dance and party mode. Woohoo! Let's get jiggy with it. Don't mind me. Okay, if you want to, you can. If you really must. But it is only 11:45. Good golly. Where's the time not going? Oh. But yes, if I am going to go out later, I need a bit more fuel. I'm trying to remember what I even had to eat so far today. Piece of whole wheat bread and some chocolate. I can do better than that, can I? You bet I can. You know it, but I'll show it. So, what's on the menu today? It's raining. And woman, hallelujah. On rainy days, I was requesting that of a guy who's German, but quite good with English, and he actually might be rolling now. But maybe I'll be in the notification of some of his people first. And I mean, he's worthwhile, and this is done very well. I'm thankful. But sometimes mine are so quiet. Sometimes they really are. And his so are not. As much as I want to be there, I want to be here. I don't want to be anything more than what I've been trying to be lately. Don't have a notification saying he's rolling yet. He's late. Sometimes it's been closer to 1 or something. This has not been plugged in. The whole time I was at the piano. Oh, 15, 20 minutes of it. Yes, somebody said, oh, I don't want to blow my fuse with that. He wasn't saying it to me, but my relative. He's like, I just tuned in, and yes, I was talking about pizza. I know, don't do that about you. I'm a hippie, and blah, 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 blah. But I do, and I'm gonna bring me. I have no choice, babe. It ain't no lie. That's why I'm gonna bring me. Yeah, I just stepped outside. What's really quite nice about, well, I kind of want to wait to tell the story. Or should I start now? Let me get the food started first, and then I'll tell the story. Because I've got a story. A life story and a story in general. I've got a story, it's got the glory. Ah, 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 ah. Okay, so it's going to be these little things. These little things. And what with them? I'm not going to give them these. And most of these, it was nice if this all-meat pizza had some that wasn't too bad. That looked a bit like onions. Oh, maybe I'll have a section of that and here will be the other section. That may have thickened up. We'll have that later. Oh, I don't know what I want to have. Oh, these pizza bites, they don't really have that much cheese on them, so I sort of want to add cheese, but I'm going to have a lot of cheese at dinner, but that's okay. I'm often very cheesy, can't you tell? Cheesy, cheesy, give me a squeezy. It's not super nutritious as is, though. I'm looking for fuel for an error later than I. Well, I've been eating a lot of this stuff lately. Actually, that might be nice. I know I usually do that for a snack before bed, but that could be very, very good. Another piece of bread, what are you going to be having that later? He's like, wow, somebody tunes in as I'm not facing, and I bet they say, oh, that chick, I've never been here before, but that chick has some nice long blonde hair. Pretty nice booty, too, actually. Hi. Oh. It's all right. You can still feel it if you want. I ain't hating. I feel ya. Actually, but Wah, yo ho ho ho, hee 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 hee, ha 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 ha, yo ha ha ha, hee 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 yo, ha 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 ha. Wasn't meaning to shake anything there, but maybe I was a little bit. But this is oily, that's cutting it. Oh, I don't know. Should I just have more pizza bites with it? Because that's really just a dip and some seasonings. Might be okay, but because I'm looking and I don't see what else to add to it. I could have a peanut butter cookie. It's not noon yet. Although I have had sugar and caffeine, and I just had a bit more of my coffee, so I might be okay. I don't know. I'm so confuzzled. And it gets on me for it. And for everything. That's not that much. Well, hello. Nice of you to join us. Well, I guess I won't rush you back up there anytime soon, then, eh? I guess not. I'll be nice. Oh, being nice, all right. I could do that. A bit of preaching. I did talk about that place already. And I don't know just that, though. Oh, with the popcorn and the season, I mean, with the thing. I would like to, even though, yeah, that, well, there's that. I would like to use it up. I really would. So. It's just about 12, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I could have that. Possibly with this. Like, this is not exactly very much. I'm going to have that because it's not as much of a figure. Mostly. Really, rather than be someone here listening as I tell this story, I already know it. I don't need to verbalize it for myself. Or do I? So you're just in time for lunch. Welcome. Lunch and conversation, and then maybe a bit more music, and then we'll wrap it up. I'm just going to pop something in the microwave for a moment. Because that's the kind of cook I am. Yeah, it looks like you laughed. You're like, oh, microwave cooks. Oh, I would never want to eat their food. Are you seriously one of those that are anti-microwave? No, I'm Uncle Microwave. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, Bob's your uncle. It's like, actually, yes, I know that. Yeah, some of these people from the Middle East, if they don't know yet, they're also going to learn some Canadian/American slang things. Part of me wants to keep that for breakfast tomorrow, but well, if I like it, I'll get another one. It's ham and cheese on a croissant. It's not like it's that fancy. And I thought that was a chicken salami sandwich. I mean, and if anybody, again, well, you know what? Yeah, nobody's here watching. We're almost 3 hours in. I'm going to let that one slide without comment. But anyway, chicken salami sandwich. Sounded good, but it was actually chicken salad sandwich, and I misread it. On a croissant. Yeah, they have a funny layout now of that store. Ever since they renovated. I'm not sure if they're done renovating, but it's funky, man. Funky, man. Funky, man. Ugh, you didn't want this earlier, but you wouldn't want to create until the food was part of the equation. Open doors, you didn't care. Closed doors, you didn't care. Put on my extension and make food, you're like, I'm interested. You're lying. I don't know if those are... I'm going to put it in just a little bit longer. And hopefully the yogurt will be able to tolerate it. I cannot believe how much yogurt I'm eating lately. I know some people might say, oh, sure, of course you like yogurt. Not necessarily. I can't believe how much yogurt I've had lately. Do I feel better? At times I think I am. It used to always gross me out, and I hear probiotics. I think biotics. I hear bacteria. Bacteria, that's not good. But it's a good kind, and I always knew that. And then one day I used it kind of like a cream or whatever, and I've been hooked ever since. Or I don't know, I got to be when I was just getting so bored with the RFID. It was kind of like, what can I do to, I was looking for a dip or a sauce, and I wasn't seeing one. I was like, maybe I'll just use yogurt. A dip or a sauce or a dip? That's correct. All the time, every way. No, I've been honest with myself, the person that God made me to be. And maybe, and again, also human. So, I mean, and everybody's brain works the way it works, Everybody's been of legal age. It is true. When a straight person accepts you more, sometimes you start to feel stronger for them. It's like, oh, you're so cool, you're so accepting, and you're hot, so it works. But, I don't want to be awkward, respect who they are. Can't remember if one of them said there might be a slight possibility, but, But also, I'm going to feel what I'm going to feel because of who I am. So, and that's okay too, As long as they, confident enough in who they are, and it's like, I'm not threatened by that, you're just being you, then cool. Maxie, you're late. Okay, well, I'm going to settle down then. I think because I'm eating and moving around in the kitchen, I think the dog might actually be okay without getting anything to chew on as well. And oh, that's the other thing I almost forgot. Yeah, the other night didn't seem like that was as strong with the seasoning as it did the first time, but it is. Maybe this one doesn't sound yogurt, dried fish, a little bit of meat in there. But and then I got this with the ham, I guess. So. Yeah. That's not actually even on. But it still said it was at 71, so our metrics. So we got somebody here just tuned in. It's been kind of no, maybe you don't. Maybe we don't. Either that or something's being inaccurate. This is not bad, but I'll just add the two. Oh, hi. How are you? Actually, our dog has a name that could have an Indian version as well. And actually, every now and then I do call on that too, but it's really not. You know, my arthritis is not that bad. A little bit in the hands, but I mean, I've been typing. I've been on the. Well, I really didn't play much on the piano, so I blame the typing more than anything, and just the fact that I have arthritis. Just because people might be watching, I want to be a little bit more less messy. I mean, I try to be anyway, but. I think I want this just a little bit hotter. It's almost like egg, you know. With the maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Although I don't know. What doesn't have to be addicted, I guess. You know, I put a bit of flour in it, but then it'll taste like flour. It's better for after that, especially since he so many cookies he doesn't have. Kind of wish I could just hop in my bed after and say, this is van life now. But it's not quite the same thing. Kind of okay with that, though, living in a van. I mean, still got things to worry about. Maintenance. Maintenance and upgrades. And apparently bills still. Well, he's trying to do solar, but I don't know if he's got that happening at the moment, but So I'm just finishing lunch. I'm rolling for a while just to kind of do one of my longest ones. And you didn't see. Oh, maybe you do care. And then I'm trying. So I might do some music still. I'm just finishing lunch and taking a bit of a slow down because I've been rolling for a while. But and then I'm trying to decide about doing an errand. And there are some elements to consider, including the elements, but actually not terribly so. With the weather elements being that I'd be on foot and everything. And everything? Pardon me. And yogurt. The seasonings. I think I'm far enough away, even if I was talking while chewing, kind of. You won't able to see me. Maybe I'll do it. Yeah, I'm not kidding. We might have to just clean out the vacuum. Looks like it's been snowing inside. It's the weirdest experience. Probably not a problem if he does eat these, but we have this we have this neck pillow thing that got stuck, wedged in our couch and has ripped. And it's got this stuffing inside of it. But the weird thing is that it's coming from outside of the cushions, which do slide a little bit sometimes, but in getting onto the carpet in the living room. I mean, the couch is in the living room, but it's like going that way. And I'm not sure how it's like the Mexican jumping beans, but they're not. I'm really not sure how that's happening. Not like a lot, but it's definitely a few. I just noticed that over the past couple of days, but it's actually been stuck there for like 3 or 4 weeks or longer. 3 or 4 weeks for sure. Oh, that being said, as enjoyable as this has been, it has kind of tired me out a little bit. But, I could probably stand to not be on the screen for a bit now and maybe get some fresh air, other than just stepping out to the deck or having this door open briefly. So, but he was up there when I started because it was just easier to, I don't really feel like hair cool. Easier to do that. And he doesn't mind, but that was for almost 2 hours. Hasn't been downstairs very long, and part of me feels like too soon to put him back up there. And it's also the noon hour, even though it would take me a bit of time to walk there. It's also the noon hour, and the people might be on their breaks at lunch or class, and I think there is a school near there. I think I should know. Pretty sure there might be. And then just everybody else that's there. When I was there the other day, it wasn't that busy, but that's where the story comes in. But I'd really rather there be someone here hearing. And it may not be that interesting to you, which would almost make it a benefit then when this be funny. If sometimes things happen like that. A lot of times they don't, but if it was someone that was familiar with me, that even if they didn't really feel like it was something that they needed to hear that was like super riveting, they happy to hear it anyway and be here chatting. But I will do some music if you have a song request. Yes, I'm kind of getting into Christmas mode. And no, I'm not a lot. I don't do a lot of desert blues. That's what the person was there for like, I don't know, like a minute, maybe 2. if I'm going to go, I want to go before 2 o'clock. So that's a couple hours from now. So, and I think I do have aphantasia, I think it's called. I don't think everything out loud, and in certain contexts, obviously, that's a bit harder or more awkward. Like, I'm not going to do it when I'm around other people, especially that I don't know. I mean, some people would, and it's how they process, and they don't care about the judgments, but I would personally. Um, Maybe mumbles, but mostly I wouldn't. But I do feel like I do have the style of articulating things out loud. That's kind of my default, um, even if it is just to myself. So I don't know, like, I mean, because I've thought some of this already, in the past 30, 45 minutes, but it doesn't mean I don't want to say it. And it's not because I entirely like the sound of my own voice. I mean, honestly, I've been rolling for 3 hours. I'm kind of tired of hearing it. But at the same time, I'm used to living with it. And I don't hate my voice. And some people say a jazzy, smoky, pleasant voice. And some people may think it and not say it. And, it's not for everybody. Maybe that's why some people tune out, pretty quickly. They just don't like my voice, even though it may say a lot of great things. Who knows? But I will do some music very shortly, probably to wrap this up. I just need to talk through something and decide if I'm going to be doing something in my day here or not. Um, the other day, okay, there was some brief. Really nice to be here. Maybe not good. I oh yes, well, oops. I went. Okay, I just want to quickly check. I know I shouldn't toggle just in case it freezes, but whatever. Okay, and that's the one I was watching. Oh, Vic's already gone. He's like, I died in the district. Um, hey, enough of that. Shh. Hey, stop. Sorry, he's got his ball. Just a moment, please. Where did you put it? I got it right. Right. I'm just taking a brief break here. 84 seconds. Unfortunately, under my account, I mean, when I unintentionally blocked, I don't remember why I did, so I don't think I intentionally did. I unintentionally blocked one of the mods of this channel, but she's been to a couple of my videos and she watched one with her husband and enjoyed and appreciated them. So it's unfortunate that I can't, and they do have a new admin. But I think that she might be probably too distracted. Um, um, to say much. I don't know why I'm seeing his comment, but can't seem to tag him. That's bizarre. Sorry, I'll be back in my chat in just a moment. And um, well, Tina can see that one because she has before. But I'm trying to keep the conversation rolling at least. Doesn't look like there's anybody here anyway, so. I was just laying there with his ball in front of him. Now it's starting to be a little bit chilly. I guess, as a YouTube creator, just a moment. You live on. Oh, right. My Jason 3. Me. Have we had 3 people? One, 2. I think there was. I think there may have. Well, that's only 3. So there's been 2 other people that have liked, and I didn't realize it. Interesting. I thought I was paying attention. I mean, even when I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. One of my regular viewers who hasn't been as regular lately, she's just tuned into another friend podcast. I don't know why Vic can't be tagged. I'm seeing his comments. Is there a setting where you can set it to not let people do that? I know that sometimes she comes and chats and either it doesn't stick or she intends to but forgets to like it. But Yeah, you probably had it fixed because you were playing it in the rain. Just kidding. Okay, so just kind of jumping. I mean, I don't usually do it, and I'm very, very thankful with how this is done, especially since there was a couple of likes that I hadn't accounted for. That's pretty cool. But thankfully, it's toggling without freezing up, so that's good. And every time I look, I come back and look. It doesn't look like there's anybody new in here. I don't want to not be talking and then stop talking because then the dog might be curious and he's had a thing. Plus, I want to keep the flow going even when I'm um, like 10 minutes and then I lose track of time. But I don't want to do that to him. And I don't know if I have it in me to, well, depending on how long it takes. His friend in another chat, he just doesn't want to miss out on what he'd miss if he left there. But how I like that apples. I was like, if it's a song that you've heard him do many times, then you know what you're missing because you've heard him do it. But you won't know what you're missing unless you're on mine. I really haven't. I guess with that one I did, and yeah, with that one, true, I did. Like I say, there's been two or three others that have not been me. I don't want to be completely focused on there when they get here and the thing. You're just typing away, and I think I know where. And if you're not going to do anything in here, then I'm going to go back there, you know. But I just want to make sure that we're on the same page and that I can get him to come in here. This one guy I've been getting to know quite a while on Nash's chat, but only ever there. He doesn't put content, so even if he is in here, I can't then go to his chart because he won't have anything there unless he's put something there. I could open it and then check back every now and then, and hopefully he would. But first, he has to come to mind. That's my requirement. He has to come to me. Aha! I'm just being a silly goof. You know, as I do. Yeah, it's kind of okay that it's a bit cloudy because it's bright in the room and it'll be bright in the store. That is not the name, although I'm not seeing the person, of that other person. This is meaning yes. No, I think you say the name that I'm not seeing. But I had that down there, stuff showing me, but I haven't seen it in a while. So it's good. But then again, it shows me a lot of stuff. Just want to make sure that he knows how to find the channel. She's not the one person that's sometimes on my videos, although she's been. I still don't understand. I'll say that when she gets here. She's not even really that active in his, aside from saying hi to everybody. I don't know what's going on, but what do I have open on? Just gonna quickly check and see what do I have open. Oh, right, I kind of remember. But aside from that, search results, right? Okay, well
Go out and shoot some events.
That will be. I mean, I know I recently searched it though, so that might be good enough. Let me just quickly look here. I am going to try a little something because the other day it didn't work, but I'm going to try it. Pause that for a moment. What I'm meaning to do is view channel.
Get serious about sleep. That's sleep country.
Okay. Stupid advertisements with guys in shady sunglasses. Go back a little bit. But we do have somebody here. So that's very, very cool. And I'm wondering if it's somebody I'm familiar with or not. I'll look at that in the playback. I'll look and see if it sent that through, because the thing I did the other day on the same device, it didn't. But and so I wasn't sure if it was just that or not. But then I could also do it on that device. So I'm going to do a song or two in a moment, but I want to kind of talk something through and tell a bit of a story. And I don't think I need to do that because it's been working fine. Watch him say, okay, I gave in for a few seconds. Oh, but there's somebody else here too, or somebody's here. We all do it. All do what? So yeah, I just wanted to tell a little bit of talk something through, tell a bit of a story, and then do maybe a couple songs and wrap this up. Welcome to the channel, by the way, if you've never been, and welcome back if you have. And there was some brief numbers there, but if it's the people I was thinking it was, they would have at least given a like, unless they thought they did, and it just didn't stick, because that can happen. Cheers can mean hey or bye, right? I believe so, yes. I did make a good point, though, which may or may not have processed about if it's a song he's familiar with, so. I don't think I recognize that many other people in here. I know quite a few of them, but today it's like, and I've commented with this one to Tina, so I mean, it should, if she's there, it would show. She wasn't doing very well the other day, and neither was I, and I mentioned something that I really wanted to talk about. Okay, well, that's a song he's familiar with, and I guess he's singing along with the lyrics. I just don't know if you'd see the note if I put it. So I think I'm going to try and wait to go upstairs for a few minutes just to. I know he's not going to, even if he really does want to or starts feeling it. Oh, okay. I just have to tune in to do something here for a moment. Well, now people will know, but there is somebody though that I just saw that's familiar to me, and and ironically, he's from India too. And I'm gonna stop now. So, oh, hi, anonymous. Chatting and streaming, multitask pro. I try. I do mostly pretty good. For God, that was so funny when Whitman said once, well, he doesn't multitask. He's Mexican. And says, but there's tacos. And ay, that's a lot of ice, And yeah. Anyway, but nice to have you here. I appreciate if you hit the like, bring us up to 6. We're doing pretty good with this one while live. I hate to leave the screen right away, but my system is kind of yeah, I thought you left there, and I guess you did, but then you were just doing something before you got here. It's just because I've been rolling for a while, and maybe just the weather changing a little bit, but it's not that bad. My arthritis has been quite bad in my hands, my wrists, my feet, my legs, and my back. Sometimes it's been sore, but it's not been that bad either. Today. So I don't even know if I've really been moving around that much more than usual. I've been sitting podcasting for quite a while, as you can see. Yeah, I was wondering how when you're sick and you're not doing your usual stuff, how you wouldn't just hang out on live streams. You said that you were away for a while because you'd been sick, unless like you were really, really sick and like in a coma or something. Hopefully not. Don't forget to hit the like button. I appreciate it. Bring us up to 6, one closer to lucky 7. The weather just suddenly changed from tees to hoodies. Well, don't you wear a tee under your hoodie? I'm not teasing, I'm asking. It's all goody in the hoodie. Where's the like? Just kidding. But as I'm mentioning my back and even my shoulders, so a little bit of movement would be good. And I wanted to talk about that for a moment. Yesterday, something happened. The other day. So my finances have been quite low. G's been very helpful and understanding and this and that. Well, that's good. Rip Ray. Are you hitting that like button? Because it's not hitting. Anyway, just saying. Yeah, basically, so I got a gift card from my aunt. I have a birthday coming up this week. Thank you. And I don't know exactly what I'm doing financially. And, a lot of my friends aren't local and a lot of my family isn't local. And I kind of just want to keep it simple, but I kind of want to do something. So what I'm planning once or twice on Thursday, most likely, is to do a virtual party. So you're welcome to come be a part of it then. We'll do some music. We'll dance. Oh, really? This week? And man, I haven't seen a 6 in a while. Yeah, so we'll do that. And the angels will be with us, and so mine and maybe even yours, if they're partiers. But I'm just going to, I don't know where wow, this thing is like snowing in here. Holy cannoli. Holy. You're like, okay. And my mother's is the 17th. Oh, really? What'd you get yourself? Yeah, I've got plenty. And G works at the donation center, so we're okay. He'll bring me something. We'll maybe have a nice meal, a good time. That's all I need. But I don't really want to repeat myself, but I was mentioning that I have something that's stuck in the couch that's kind of being messy and not leaking something, but not. I'm going to just, might be easier to pull it out after that. I'm going to have to get the vacuum out later, but it's just getting on things. I feel like it's snowing in here, which is the other thing. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm glad that, I can be sensitive in some areas, but scents are not one of them usually. And I've been wearing a lot of cologne and perfumes as well, actually. I prefer those over headphones. But that's cool. Well, I don't know if you've said it yet, but happy birthday to you. But hopefully we'll see you again before then, after this one. Likely, hopefully on the party this week. And you can bring your headphones. Just don't Don't dance so much you get wrapped up in them. Oh, frig. I don't think so. Leave that to me. Hey, Halloween's over. Stop being so freaky. I don't really myself. But anyway, so the other day, I got this gift card from my aunt, and because the postal service that she chose to use, even though there are other ones, but she was just sending an envelope and a gift card, has been let's not joke about that. I mean, I know you're being funny, but they're serious and sometimes deadly. Rip Ray. But see, and that's the kind of thing. I've been talking a bit about wanting to have a moderator on the channel, and I mean, I'll forgive it because we like each other and I'm familiar with you. But that's the thing that the moderator would have to understand is sometimes somebody just says a joke that maybe doesn't land well, but they're fine. Like, and I mean, unfortunately, that is something, a lot of people have dealt with loved ones that either come out of comas and are not the same after that or don't come out of them. And it may trigger somebody. So actually, I'm just going to, but it doesn't bother me. Comic-Con. Comic-Con. I don't know if somebody else would see it and say, oh, people are in here joking about coma, so I'm going to delete that comment. But no, I would like one, even if it's just occasionally, as you can. Perhaps you've been on a lot of my videos. You know what I'm about. You know what I stand for. The other one says he's open to trying it. The other one didn't say one way or another, but kind of sounded open. And if I don't know if it's going to let me. I've got it on all messages, but I don't think it's letting me scroll high enough. So I'll have to wait till next time that he's in here, because we had a fellow from Pakistan who was chatting, and no, you don't have to. I think you're joking, but but when I see, for instance, when I click, and now there seems to be extra menus. Do you have any videos posted yet, by the way? You should by now. Add as a moderator. There's one that's called managing. Can manage blocked words. How they know them, I don't know. Change chat modes in live. That wouldn't be necessary. Also have the standard capabilities. We have someone that just tuned in. I'm just quickly looking at something, and then I'll do some music. I'll finish telling my story, and we'll go from there. And that'll probably be all I do in this one. But hey, that's some good stuff right there. Can we view and remove chat messages and/or I to put users in timeout? I think that's what like cold weather. I mean, I'm certainly not built for the climate that I live in, the place that I live. I mean, I've managed for 18, 19, maybe even it's been 20 years. Last year was kind of mild, but yeah, certainly I'm not a big fan of it either. But I just stay in more. Sometimes you can't, right? Or at least I'm in a vehicle and inside. When you're used to a mild climate and when you have health issues that can be affected by it, it's a thing. So, but yeah, so just for now, anyway, I am good, and hopefully that's fine with you. You ain't saying no, so I'm gonna make you a standard moderator. The times when I feel like I would need it the most, because otherwise I can ADHD keep up with things pretty good, is when I'm doing music. I mean, can't do much about the shy people who are watching but don't say anything. I appreciate that you're here, and I think the fun just felt called out and left. At least they could be liking, but again, we don't know who they are if they're not saying. But it's not loading all the way to show that guy. Man, AI, first time ever. I don't know about the leaderboard, but I decided to let AI summarize. And they're going to have 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours of content summarized. And this is one of my longer ones, that's for sure. I know they do get long, but this one's really long. Well, again, you know what I stand for, and if you don't know, you can wait and let me decide. But if you're pretty sure, I don't have one. And while I'm playing music, I can't really watch things. Or I might be able to watch them, but I don't want to interrupt my song more than I might anyway, to deal with something. So if I make you one, um, I don't know if YouTube might then send you something to say, here's some tips as a moderator or some things to know. I would say if you're not sure, just put somebody in a timeout. Just not me, okay? I'm a good boy. Well, first time for everything. Let's just give it a try, see how it goes. I mean, as you know, my chat is kind of quiet. You're the third person in here today, and two of the people that will watch it, two or three other ones did like. But yeah, because I've started to get a little bit anxious, like when I'm playing music and I'm focusing on that. If a troll or a spammer or somebody that's being a jerk comes in, um, you know, I want them at least to be put on a timeout, if not booted, blocked, and reported. And any of us that live stream would or that just want people to be civil would want that. So that's that. At least I have one now. We'll give it a try. Only one or two. Yeah, and I mean that's right. There might not be a whole lot to do most of the time, but every now and then. I know one video I did the other day, I was a bit slow and I was actually looking at Christmas music. Segue? Maybe. And Cheese Whiz? Well, lucky you. Just don't be blue about it, eh? And there was 10 people. That was on the cell phone, I think. There was 10 people. And also, just in case they don't see it from me, I mean, some people may be a little bit off-put or uncertain. Oh, this one's got a moderator, I have to behave. But I'll put it here as a note. Mods are cool and sweet. Let's save a wrench like me. I once was a hammer. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. But anyway, yeah, so there was thanks for being cool. See, I told you mods are cool and sweet. I unfroze. Just it briefly froze. It started off that way too, actually. So what did you last hear me say? What did you miss? I'll say to the person that just tuned in that our mod's sweet and cool. No need to feel uncomfortable about either of us. We're here to have a lovely chat and a good time. Do some music. I want to get something off my chest, a story, and I have an hour and 10 minutes of which to do so before it won't matter as much. So I will do that. I'll hop right into it. Basically, and I kind of do want to rush upstairs very briefly. I'm going to try and ignore that desire, though, because, well, I would hope that An would stay, and I would hope you both would stay and be here to chat and like and subscribe if you haven't, and hit the notification bell and all that good stuff. But anyway, basically, I got a gift card from my aunt for a grocery store, and it had it for a few days. And we have a second mini fridge, and even though we're doing all right, I don't shop in person very much anymore. We just buy online. So, but she didn't know that. So I had a few things I put in my pocket before I left, and I was sure I felt the card. I get there, about a 15-20 minute walk. I got 3 or 4 items. Luckily, I was able to get one of them. But I just suddenly find myself looking for the card, and I don't have it on me. And it's not on the floor. And I'm like, what the? And I left my contact information with the cashier lady. It was very odd because she had said, "Oh, I thought I saw somebody that dropped a card." She went past customer service to where I guess she thought she saw it, didn't see it, and then came back and said, "Oh, I think this was this kind of card actually." Why didn't she turn it into customer service the first time? Pick it up. She just walked past it. Second of all, I mean, she was otherwise nice enough. I don't understand how people can do things with those long nails, but anyway. And I told her what type of card it was, and you would have thought as she started to walk to look, she's like, no, I think it said this on it, and realized it. So that was all weird. But otherwise, she was nice enough. She was trying to help. Retraced my steps on foot on the way back, remembered, what side of the street I was on when. Posted in a neighborhood group to, if anybody saw it. The post got some reactions, but nobody's found it. Oh, which reminds me, with the birthday coming up, I posted in a restaurant group and asked if anybody has some options for restaurants. I'm not a kid, no kidding. And why is it not loading properly? One of the people ironically said, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what his image is, and he can be hard to reach, but I kind of want to reach out to my friend Sam. One of the people ironically said a strip club. Said a strip club, and I'm ever so tempted, but I wouldn't go with G. Itchag, probably. And I don't think it's my kind of place. I didn't even know it was still there, actually. It's about 25 minutes away from our place. I lived in a hotel briefly that's actually had the karaoke I went to quite a bit, but after I lived there, I don't think during when I lived there, Rip Ray. And the very first day that I moved in there, it was just kind of transition between my mother's place because, some things that kind of came up and getting my own place. And a guy who I'd known from some open mics but wasn't super close with, stay home then, had, game. I didn't really otherwise go to that place. Like I say, this was before I started going to karaoke there. And there was a chick stripping. Like I say, I'm bi. So it's kind of like, it was all right. And, some people may judge that job, but people got to make a living. And they aren't always treated very well, I'm sure. But when there's no contact, it's not as lovely. No party, no crown, nobody, just mom and dad and me. Well, my dad's spirit will be with me from heaven. I'm kind of wanting to, and even though I've seen her a few times lately, I'm kind of wanting to avoid my mother and my step. I know G would like to see them and knows I've seen them a bit recently, but it's still a bit awkward. He's in a bit more rough shape than he used to be, and he is still a very big personality, hard to be around sometimes. Very old-fashioned, somewhat quite religious, although that was never much of a thing that kind of came between us. The old-fashioned thing a little bit. That is the thing, as much as my mother could be a narcissist and toxic, she always has been there for me. It's true. And my dad, spiritually as he can be, and he, before he passed away, he could have been there more if he'd known, but that he was going to pass away and that, but he did his best. I know he did, and technically so did my mother probably, even though, she may have had strict parents as well. I didn't think they were, though. When I was a kid, they always used to say, listen to your mother, or whatever, or take off your hat in photos or whatever. But they were great-grandparents. Not great-grandparents, but good grandparents. But my mother said she had a roommate, too, my stepsister, actually, stepdad's sister. I don't like the D word, but with him. But she said as soon as she turned 18, she moved out. I don't think it's because her parents told her to, and I don't think it was because she was a rebel, but just because, but yeah, I'm going to take the vacuum to that thing, especially if it's going to start coming into the room. Yeah, so basically, but like I say, there'd be an online party for the reasons. I'm just going to turn off this light, and I still kind of feel like I need to run upstairs briefly. So as long as you promise to stick around a bit longer on, I appreciate it. I'm going to wrap up soon. What I'm getting around to is trying to decide if I'm going to go out and do something today. I stepped outside in the back deck. What did you deleted a message intentionally? Why? Just say it, man. Just say it, girl. What's nice about today, I knew it was supposed to be cloudy, and it's, the seasons are changing, and it's been seasonally pretty nice, but it's you haven't noticed it, eh? Well, I'm watching the chat. It's the sky's kind of bright, kind of cloudy, like it's kind of miserable, kind of not looking outside, but it doesn't seem windy. The air is definitely crisp, and I could probably do it to be in some fresh air. But I got to keep the mods on their toes and behaving as well, right? Well, I mean that's the thing. Not always reasonable, maybe, but I don't know. It's just we'd also have to get a ride there and back. And if something really happened and I decided I really didn't want to ride for them, not a big fan of busing, don't really want to pay for a cab, too expensive, blah, blah, blah. It's my birthday, I shouldn't have to. And I don't know if that would work with the cab driver. Said, it's my birthday. I kind of got stranded at my folks' place, and they'd probably try and talk me into it and would admit to their wrongdoings and would say I'm overreacting, and I could say you're underreacting. Actually, no, just kidding. But but need lucky seventh like, by the way. Tell your friends. That's something I don't think you've referred me to anybody yet, have you? Yeah, I'm free to get some help. Just kidding. Probably both, but that one really for an old phone keeps it sharp. Anyway, so it's not windy out, and I went outside and I looked at our garage roof, or I just happened to because it was there, and it's old. Interesting that you asked. I'll get back to you in a moment about that. I was wondering if you were going to. I need a drink of water. Just a moment. I've been talking for 3 hours almost straight, more ways than one. And it's old. In a year or two, our garage would probably need some work, which is what I was going to ask Ripner about, by the way. And one of the viewers knows who that is. Well, two, because me. I'm viewing this with you. I'm going through it with you. We'll make it through. Don't worry. But it looked like, I didn't see it on anything else really, but it looked like there was a bit of snow on the roof. And at first I actually thought to myself, does that second layer of shingles, is it normally kind of speckled looking? And then I thought, well, no, I've not ever noticed that it was. So no, that's snow or frost. But I mean, it was at like 11 a.m. So I mean, if it was frost, it shouldn't have still been there, So we know it's coming though, and I'm kind of looking forward to are you still there on? Because it went to 0, to the first snowfall. I am. And a white Christmas, I'm very used to that, even where I used to live. So I'm okay with that. But as much snow as we're going to get, luckily he's very precise about how he shovels snow, geez. So I just let him do it. And I don't have a great back. And then the arthritis being worse. Like I'm a bit worried about the cold weather and stuff coming up because it does, just like damp weather, it affects arthritis. And my arthritis has been worst the past few months. So I have the rubs, I take Tylenol, I kind of massage. I've been struggling to get a massage book. Are you still there? Are you still on this thing? Is this thing on? Okay. And so because right now it's saying nobody's watching, but you were obviously here. I don't know why it does it sometimes. It's like it's accurate, and then moments later it's not. So I don't know if the other person is here, but they're shy, and hopefully they can be patient. Would you mind if I go upstairs for like 2 or 3 minutes, then I'll come back down and roll for like another 10 or 15, and then I'll wrap it up. I want to finish my story. I want to maybe play a song if you have a favorite Christmas song or other song, and then we'll go from there. School's going to be letting out soon, and work. So I might actually have to wait on the song till the party, but I'll be right back. I just had yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'll put them away and if I have to bring them back out a little bit. Oh. now we're after like a routine. Anyway, well, that's the kind of look at. Speaking about all that stuff, I'm not expecting a whole lot else, but I might be getting something from my aunt's daughter. Homemade cards. I'm just gonna check the mail because I have to take my meds, which basically induce sleep, so I'm feeling really sleepy and dizzy. I was leaving for a while. Hadn't noticed. Are you still here? Like I've got maybe another 2 to 5 minutes of my story. I'm just going to quickly check the mailbox, and and then we'll go from there. Whatever you tell me to do from there is what I'll do. But I did get the dog food up there, so that might be relevant. About the same out there as it was earlier. I almost slipped in the kitchen there for some reason. Sorry if you were seeing that. No, I don't think the screen was adjusted that way. Are you still there, on? I'll finish my story if so. But I totally understand if meds are making you sleepy, that you'll be sleepy. Just gonna grab my other phone from the counter here. That one's just a spare one. At least if I'm inside, that'll warm me up a little bit. And see, I wouldn't drink coffee at this time of day because I have a nap in a few hours, and I don't want to stay awake for that. Although usually I do. One thing or another, sugar and caffeine level, or thoughts. But sometimes I sleep, and then I have coffee afterwards. On, is that you that's still here? Just checking. I'll wrap it up soon for both of us, though. For the benefit of all. Just kidding. But yeah, sleepy and dizzy. I want to say something to that, but only if you're here. Somebody is, but they didn't hear the first part of the story. Not that. Usually that would be like just pick up from where you tune in. But well, whoever's here is sitting here listening, so I'll continue. On maybe feeling the effects of the sleepy effects of a medication, which if you have to take it during the day is definitely not a great thing, and dizziness is certainly not great. But and I welcome you to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to fit music into this. I mean, when I talk about what I'm talking about next, or finishing talking about, I really am hoping for some input because I don't know if I'll decide by myself. So my aunt also sent the same card because, I mean, it's helpful. Every little bit helps. But, I mean, not really one. I mean, maybe it's a financial reason. I think it's more of a she doesn't know what I'd want. But I got to get food. And honestly, I don't need a lot. Like I say, we got a lot of stuff. Get stuff from G's work sometimes. It's more non-materialistic things that I mostly feel I need. But she didn't know that, just like she didn't know something else. But that's okay. She sent me two $75 ones. Like I say, I think I know, and I would only tell on, and we're almost 4 hours in. So if she's here, she'll get the detail. If she's not, you won't. Because there's only one person watching right now, but I'm thankful. I want that lucky number 7 please. But anyway, I may know of one reason that it happened. Other than that, it's just clumsiness and iffy luck, But, and I knew that I had one on a shelf upstairs. And I didn't see it there. So I guess I was kind of thinking I'd either lost one or that it was the one that I had by my stuff for going out that day. Or, when I went out with it. And, it's okay if you're just tuning in. It said 2 for a moment. Now I don't know which one of you is here. But I don't think it's on unless she's here but sleeping. but it's okay. You can just follow from where we're at with this. So anyway, it had been pushed under some stuff, but there was that one on the shelf. So I know what one of them is. The other one I may have lost while I was out. I'd be very surprised this many hours later, especially since some people are night owls, even if their places aren't as much open, they may be wandering out and about outside and may have found it, you know. And unfortunately, it doesn't have an identifier on it. But like I say, I made a post and they could easily go to the group and say, I found this card. I don't know if there's anything on it. It doesn't have a name if it's yours. And then it's how do we identify it? But I've thought a little bit about that. Luckily, it came with a backing and I still have that. I mean, who else would? And it matches. It matches. The pattern on it matches the card. Anywho, so I don't know. The weather looks like it's kind of holding out. My body's kind of feeling all right. And so there's certainly a part of me that would like to go and do that. And I get it, but it's in the neighborhood. It's not tail weather. It's going to be doing a couple more favors coming up this month. Don't really want to get them in the habit of being okay with phone calls. I did, and I don't know if that was a mistake with them. But since I found this other one, I'm kind of thinking before I lose it, I would just hate for that to happen again because that was very odd how it happened the other day, you know. And just, you know, I'm kind of thinking I'd really like to do it. And the dog, I did just kind of, you know, get him kind of in the mode for me to go out. So, I don't know. It's definitely cool out, but if I dress for it, it should be all right. I'd have to leave for the next 30 minutes or it's not happening. Because it's going to take me 20 minutes to walk there. I'm going to be in the store, and I don't, you know, no hate about anybody necessarily specifically, but when school lets out, people are picking up their kids or coming out of work or whatever, or wanting to let rush hour kind of go past a little bit, they might go from picking up their kids to going to shopping for dinner or whatever, you know, and it's going to be more hectic. But we're supposed to have some rain coming up this week. Including on my birthday, and so I'm not going to want to do it then. Like I say, I would hate to lose that other one because I don't get the one back. I would absolutely be pissed as fuck. Pardon my French, but if I did. So I'm thinking a fresh air would be nice, and I think I'm about to do it just in good timing. If I waste too much more time, like I say, I feel like it will be too late to do it. I just also realized something else. Oh, it's only right, but school that's out early. This is probably a good time to call G. We know snow is coming. Reading. Oh, this is not been charging. There we go. Yeah. That's what they call. They're doing a pretty successful podcast. Yeah, and it's not there's a squirrel sitting on our fence looking at the new. Oh no, looking at the church. And it doesn't seem like it's that windy. I did see a little bit of snow. It looks like on the garage roof, but I didn't have to get the dog foot upstairs. It's not super dark and dismal out there. So if I dress for it, I'm kind of wanting to try and use that card and hopefully not lose this one before I do lose it. And I don't imagine I'm going to see my other one after all this time, but Yeah, and I noticed that the postal vehicle was out on the street, but when I checked, there wasn't anything yet. So I don't know if they're about to put something in. So yeah, I'm thinking of doing that, but even though I'm thinking of wanting to do this before school lets out and that, so I'm thinking it's already almost 2 o'clock, even though it's just after 1. But so I'm a little bit early, maybe calling, but I wanted to do that, and yeah, feeling not too terrible. A little bit tired from podcasting, but other than that, so yeah, I think I'm gonna do it since the weather the rest of the week's gonna be icky, and then it's not exactly gonna get any nicer. So okay, well, sounds like you are you on your lunch already? Oh, okay, all right. Well, we'll see you later when you get home. Okay, bye. Okay, so um, I don't want to get too distracted, but I'm very curious, and I don't know if I said a certain word. I have AI summary. Okay, never mind. I better say something more than never mind after summary, or they say never mind. I don't know. Like I think they do it by audio. So if I was to, I was gonna say what this video is about in case you want to watch any or all of it after it posted, but then you left, so I won't worry about it. I'm very curious to see what the summary is. I'm very curious to see what your thoughts are. Summarized, not summarized, and but yes, I think I'm gonna go do that before I don't feel like it. And yeah, okay. So usually it's about 1 to 2 hours video, sometimes shorter than an hour, but this one's just about a little more than 4 hours. But I've been rolling for hours and hours.